Welcome back, everybody, to the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. We're at day 2 of Houston, Texas here. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. And Gordon, we had a great show yesterday with some great matches, didn't we?
Yeah, no, top to bottom. We followed all 3 of the brackets yesterday. We had great matches. We saw big outs from some of our players. I know Cody with a big 160. We saw some fall offs. We saw Frank in the last leg of the amateurs, and then of course the ladies. I would call it an upset win. Over Lane.
Yeah, Donna Caddy there played her heart out. She won in a thriller 1-2-3 checkout to win the queen seat, and then won in a thriller all the way down to the wire with Lane missing 3 darts at 32. And Donna was in tears of joy after that one. The stories yesterday, I mean, Alan Wyndham in that non-pro literally was saying, I'm finally a winner, saying he's never gotten first place before in any of the events, and yelling it to the dart hall at the top of his voice there. All 5 of us left awake at 2 in the morning, but it was emotional moments across the board. And of course, I mean, we got to mention Jolie Harder and Cody Bomstead going on the runs they did on the winner side. I mean, impressive stuff, didn't they?
No, we almost didn't have Ram or Soldier in the king seat match. That's how close both of those were. Cody obviously overcoming Soldier twice, would have had to beat Ram twice. We were talking about it on the feed last night. I mean, that would have been an absolutely incredible W for him. But no, good to hear about Alan. Surprising, honestly. I mean, the standard that he played at was pretty darn good, especially if he's been in amateur brackets for however long he's been in amateur brackets. So interested to see how he does in the pro after this. After he moves up.
Yeah, welcome addition to Frank and Alan on that list. I'm excited to see them continue to develop. And today, we get to kind of see one of those developing events, the Pro-Am, right? That's where we get to see either an AM that basically should be a pro, or true AMs working with the pros together there, alongside with the women's doubles and the amateur doubles as well. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad you threw that out there, because the Pro-Am is almost always an AM that's fallen off and the pro that found him. Mm-hmm. So it's highly competitive. I know a lot of people put a lot of stock, and Jesse, our boy from yesterday, is going to be lingering around in that open bracket. He's going to go for the championship.
Yeah, he warned us about it.
yeah. So I'll be interested to follow him along. And then, of course, we've got the ladies. It'll be interesting to see how they pair off, because I don't know that the field is as deep as we've seen at other tour stops, or will see at other tour stops. So that may be a very condensed kind of winner opportunity for some of the ladies.
Yeah, and we have nearly a full bracket in that AM doubles, 108 out of the 128 possible teams playing in that one today. And I'll tell you, on the lookouts today, I'm taking my picks early here. The big ones I'm going to be looking for in the AM and the women's bracket are the Team Lizacs. Okay. I think that both of those are going to be some very interesting teams. And then, of course, with the Pro-Am, I think it's wide open, but I'm going to take a pick with the Bobby Pratt, Derek Hinkle team today. I think is who I'm going to sneak in with that one.
Yeah, very, very solid there. Derek was in the room last night for some of the shenanigans that we had going on. Tough loss to Soldier in the singles yesterday. Always worried about kind of his board management, but the guy can hit triples pretty much anytime he wants to. So as long as he's hitting the right ones, I think you're spot on.
And that's what makes him lethal in doubles, right? You got to take 2 to tango. And sometimes the AMs guide the pros here. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Waste no more time. Make sure to strap in, folks. We're going to begin for another great day of action here. And a great day of action indeed. Well said, Nick Teixeira. Here we go for day 2 of coverage. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon here for our first match of the day, covering the Pro-Am bracket.
What's good? We got
Peros.
What's that? I'm sorry?
We got Peros and TJ and Johnny.
Peros and TJ and Johnny. No, I was going to comment right off the bat. In Texas, we've got TJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm. Timu edition.
CJ Stroud.
His cousin.
Yeah. They've got a fake signature of him out there in the.
Is it a fake signature?
It's a fake signature. It literally it has the picture of CJ Stroud, and then it's got the signature, and then under the signature it says, "This is not a real signature." So I don't know how many of these pictures they're moving, but probably not very many.
I need to get into that hustle. It sounds like a good idea. I actually have a silver Sharpie for a reason, folks. It's to get Donnie Joe's autograph. That was the whole reason I brought it.
Nailed it.
Here we go. We're looking at that Pro-Am bracket here, and I'm interested to see TJ and Johnny Lackey, the steel tipper, making an appearance on the soft tip dart world.
Yeah, I did not know that there was a conversion for Johnny. You made me aware of that, and it was funny. We were talking about him, and I was surprised not to see him last night. And just like Beetlejuice, I said his name 3 times, and poof, he has appeared.
And the stream got handsomer ever since. If you look at the names on the board, Johnny is not Johnny. Johnny's Dr. Handsome.
Which I am always reminded I am the creator of Dr. Handsome.
Is that true?
That's true.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. I don't even know why. I don't know why I say some of the things that I say. Like people will come up to me in a week and be like, "Hey, that was really funny," or "Hey, why did you say that about my friend?" Like basically one or the other. And when you talk for 14 hours a day, like I don't remember what I said. I promise.
And it's so crazy because like now we have hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of us.
Oh
talking.
yeah, 100%.
And it's actually almost like a digital diary. I for those that don't know, my claim to fame was I was a Minecraft YouTuber when I was 14 years old. Made 500 videos of me just talking, commentating by myself on Minecraft. And I looked back and I watched a video the other day. It was like, yeah, my 14th birthday's coming up, and we're gonna get the boys over. We're gonna airsoft and eat some cake. And I was like, man, I want to do that now. And it's like almost learning about my own life through me in the past. So it's really cool to be able to watch back and see some of that stuff. Just like these players enjoy watching back and seeing us talk about my 14th birthday instead of their match.
Back to the action.
Back to the match.
Back to the match. I already screwed it up.
That was okay. Ryan Mooneyham's going to curse you out later.
I didn't know that was a thing before tomorrow or since yesterday. So I guess my first crack at it.
It's again pretty It's a popular one for sure. We'll get you educated. As Johnny Lackey, you're going to try to get a 2-0 advantage for his team. Getting the 16s effectively will do so. Gets a close on the last.
Yeah, job done. Not a lot of danger here in game 2. Just remember, you can follow along the brackets through the BullShooter app. We even if your friends or loved ones are not on the stream, you can follow along their progression as long as you know their team name.
That is true. It's like a Where's Waldo with your friends.
And I don't believe on the app, is there a way to know who is on each of the teams?
Not to my knowledge. So if you're curious, just comment it. You have to comment at least 3 times before we'll answer it. But if you comment, hey, who's this person on what team? Once you leave that 3rd comment, we'll let you know.
Nick will take care of that for you.
That's it. That's my job. They call me the Google of BullShooter. Daniel saying, now that I've found the channel, I will be a regular. Hey, happy to hear that. Welcome in. The water's fine, and we appreciate everyone. I will say, if you are watching on our Facebook platforms, the issues we were having yesterday are not really guaranteed to be fixed today. There's some problems specifically with the hotel's internet setup we have. So just go over on BullShooter Sports Network YouTube right now. Give us a follow, give us a like, or USA Darts YouTube as well. Give us a follow, give us a like, as you'll get notified when all the action happens. As Johnny leans over and looks right into the camera there.
I can tell you a very assertive Nick Teixeira has been on that this morning.
I'm the most assertive Nick Teixeira. Oh, you got it out way too early with the back to the match. Tyler let you know.
Tyler money sign. I just hope Jack Wagon comes back.
that guy, he called it.
He did. I can't hate on the good commentary.
When they're right, they're right. And when chat's wrong, we let them know. And then right there, we got Yofro saying, is this split bowl? Never mind, stupid question. Hey, it is a good question, though, because the women's are playing a combo format. So that is actually a relevant question. And the women will be playing a fat bowl format. The Pro-Am and the men's amateur doubles will be all cricket, though. So no stupid questions here, except for any of the ones that IT asked me today. And then Daniel follows up with saying, I'm watching on YouTube and it's all but real time. Great job. I am an EDC remote player and thank you for supporting them. Well, hey, they're actually the biggest user of the Tournament King bracket software, which is actually how we run our regional tournaments and our Chicago finale nowadays. So big shout out to EDC.
Yeah, since the boards have been linked, it's such a big big improvement, not only for people that are following along, but the players and tournament staff that are coordinating everything. I can remember attending the Pittsburgh BullShooter where there was a giant cardboard bracket out in front of the little hall, and you'd run back there for board calls and when you were up.
I will say I still get a warm feeling when I go to the occasional tournament that sells cubbies with papers in them. It reminds me of the good old days.
Oh, my gosh. I can tell you as a person that runs a steel tip tournament that I would not run a steel tip tournament if that was the way I had to run a steel tip tournament.
So far, Barrow's doing a good job of taking control of this leg until I talked about it out loud, missed the single on the last start there. You can see he opted to go for the triple. I understand the mentality, but that would have a single guaranteed your third number up in the scenario here. Instead, you're giving a huge moment here to the Houstonian quarterback to try to take the lead here.
Yeah, it could last there, just not enough. A bit of a fall off for TJ so far in this leg. Very consistent in the second. Close and moves to the 15s.
Yeah, interesting shot selection here as it gives an opportunity for Johnny to do some damage on the corner pockets here. I would have probably preferred him to contest the 15. Don't let them get that third number up.
You got to throw at your opponent's X because now a triple closes and scores. If Johnny throws 4 on the 15, and I understand it is a little counterintuitive because you're saying, well, now the point that I have to score on, they only need a single. That said, it is the right way to go. Because you're taking away their opportunity to score with a single dart.
Well, and Noriega there with his shot, he went there and hit the triple 16 and just a single 15. If that was inverted, it would not have gotten both closed. Stephen Parks saying, how you doing today, Nick? Mr. Parks, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Good, sir.
TJ taking a shot to close around the board. Again, I understand it. This is something I did multiple times when I played in something that doing in doubles where you probably need one shot to win it. So if they're gonna miss, let's let them miss once instead of continuing to have an opportunity. Just did not convert there, and probably the window has shut on being able to win this leg.
Sugar Shane Johnson leaving comments about his opinions on the doctor. How you doing, Sugar? Hope you're doing well, my friend. I heard you've been working on yourself and doing some life stuff, and pretty proud of you, my friend. You went on a big sobriety journey recently. I also do want to give you guys an update as I looked into the bracket. Team Porterfield in the Pro-Am has no Porterfield. Just Mark Bond and Billy Gregory there. I thought that was quite the issue. I was like, Mike Porterfield here? What is going on?
A tip of the hat to Mike Porterfield, Pennsylvania's own.
We'll say to this day, ever since last year's New York regional and followed up with this year's New York, whenever we talk to each other, he's Nick Teixeira and I'm Mike Porterfield. And we actually played a blind draw where we swapped names. And let me tell you, the partner that I got, they were never more disappointed than going up and saying, I got Mike Porterfield. I got Nick? What do you mean?
Yeah, not where you want to be. The guy that has to figure out that Mike Porterfield switched names with somebody.
No, it was actually, jokes aside, that the guy played actually was first tournament, so he actually didn't know who either of us were.
Oh.
It worked out well. Now, I will say the gentleman that Mike Porterfield ended up pulling was like, oh, okay, I got a decent partner. Oh, I got a way better partner. He did have a reaction, for the record. Yeah, my partner kept calling me Mike the whole night until the end of the blind draw. He didn't realize as we lost in the king seat to Mike Porterfield. Paul Rogers saying, Nick DeShore, where's Will Stewart and Sean Green? I don't care. I got Gordon Dixon here with me.
Go on.
I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hi, Paul. Hi, Chad, Alex, everybody tuning along here. Steven, Nicole, Sugar, everyone else across all 4 of our platforms. We appreciate each and every one of you. And then Chad asking any luck of the draw tournaments going on. They actually did run a blind draw here last night. It was first 32 people in, 16 teams. So just a reminder, on site, they've been running these mini tournaments, basically like a second chance little draws for anybody that didn't get in or just is hanging out on site. So highly recommend if you're in the area to come over, check out that Rick's Darts and Games booth, get some supplies, go play in one of the blind draws here on site. I'm sure they'll run a couple today as well. Especially when mixed triples goes on, I should say. Right now, there's a lot of boards in action. DJ and Johnny pretty much set here. Take this in a 3-1 win. And other than the Paris winning the last leg here, it's pretty strongly won by TJ and Johnny.
Johnny leaving 1 bull cleanup for TJ. I don't think Johnny here can hit enough bullseyes to kind of push him off of that. All right, to close this out, 3-1. Does it in style with a double bull.
Looking on over, we're going to jump over to our ladies match. We currently have a last leg decider going on over here, as this is going to be Megan Cervantes and her partner KQ, as the bracket kind of cut off the name there, unfortunately. That's going to be Katie Qualls, that is, going up against the Dazzling Damsels. And this will be a Fat Bowl open format. It is 0-1 at the beginning. Cricket second leg, and then 0-1 in that third leg if needed.
Yeah, and the decider is stacked. But the first time they play 301 freeze rule.
That is correct. A good mentionable there. So far, Megan and Katie out in front here. And our amateur bracket is currently moving along as there's a lot of matches going on here. The Katie hit a hat trick to get things going. He just needs 2 bowls to leave a decent finish. 1 bowl and some decent fallouts to leave a finish. She chose the 2 bowls. That was smarter of the 2 options.
Sets up a pretty straightforward finish. Can shoot the bulls to get a clean look at a double 11.
Yeah, no real reason to get too crazy with it here. You know, I was talking with Danny in Florida when he was on the mic with us. And he's talking about how he's a big fan of using the 418s to 72 for the bull, with the mentality being that you only need to have 2 perfect darts. But as I thought that was going to go. I get the mentality, but I think that that's a shot you do when you need to try to get at least 1 dart at the finish. In this format, in this situation, go right to Bulls. I think she did a great attempt at it there. Megan did.
All right, big ol' 11 coming in. Oh, and too many.
But no harm, no foul.
Yeah, got time on their side here in this deciding leg. That time is running out.
Yeah, you have to make sure not to mess around with this too much here. Tap that 11 and move along. You don't want to leave them a shot because the Dazzling Damsels would be keen on the opportunity.
Yeah, big lunge forward there, and you see the dart drop low. But 3, a good number.
Ooh, not good enough, it seems.
All right, so opportunities starting to open up here. Bull, double 18.
Yeah, this would be a showstopper here. Trip 12 for the fans, though. You have to factor that. He did not. I don't know if that first dart got away from her there. I can't imagine the intended target was around the 15.
May play a progressive game. And there's the 11. There's your winner.
Yeah, and you can see giving some love and some hugs to each other there. That's a good win there. Besting the Dazzling Damsels. As it looks like our next match here should be Harder and Cabello going up against either Tough Shots or Innuendos in that Pro-Am bracket. And then in our women's bracket here, we should have another match on deck here in just a moment's time. We're going to go ahead and figure out who's coming up next on our stream board and be back in just a moment's time. Hey, if you're watching on Facebook right now, again, we are not guaranteed to have our issues fixed throughout the day. We're still having issues with Facebook. Go over to BullShooter Sports Network or USA Darts over on YouTube and give us a follow over there. We will be live all day. Yesterday, no issues on our YouTube servers. Do appreciate each and every one of you. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. We'll be back in just a moment's time. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience as we were trying to get that next match on over to the board. We're trying to get that ladies match going, but they have not started their match yet, so we went ahead and went with the first available. And what should be a good match in our Pro-Am bracket here, we got Tough Shoots versus Harder and Caballero, excuse me.
Caballero.
Oh, one more time.
You got to roll the L, right?
So say it for the fans.
No. That's a one crack, and I'm done.
It was so good. Clip that, chat. I'm Nick Sherrod, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call here.
Obviously, stand out from the singles yesterday. Harder here. Captaining a Pro-Am team. I think you mentioned the first time we got to look at him, or obviously through the tournament series, was with Donnie Joe.
Yeah, they were playing the pro doubles together, so they had Harder play up in that scenario. And we've seen that a couple of times where sometimes we see two AMs play the Pro-Am together. We've seen that happen. And occasionally we'll see this where the AM also will jump into that pro doubles to get that shot as Listo, another guy we saw here last year, finding a 9 mark to get things going. I recall Listo, I remember I tried to pronounce his first name, Evaristo, and he said, I pronounced it way worse the first time. He said, just Listo, man. Just Listo. He put on, I recall him and his amateur bracket performance was quite the stunner.
And what's the full name?
Evaristo.
Because I didn't know, because Listo means ready, right?
Yeah.
Is that on purpose? Like, is that why, or is it just a shorter?
I think it's just shortened from his first name.
Fair enough.
But it could be a double entendre. Who knows? Anything's possible when you're in Houston, Texas. Unless you want to go on Facebook. Jeff McMammal in the chat here saying, afternoon, BullShooters, afternoon, gentlemen. How's it going, good sir?
Jeff, another brilliant guy on the ones and twos that I work with in the darting world.
Super talented, incredibly smart. Got a chance to work the Cherry Bomb event with him. Him and I worked together on that one, calling some steel together. I told Jeff, I was like, "Did you ever consider getting on the mic?" And he's like, "I actually used to DJ back in my day."
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Not at all.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
He was just on the Shooting the Bull podcast too the other day. I was like, Jeff on camera, I'm here for it.
Yeah, they put him in the front.
I love it. And then Brandon Neal asking, what does Chris hold in his hand while he's throwing? I just read your comment right after Chris threw, so I'll let you know in about 3 players from now. And Neal, up-and-coming commentator. Been making the reins there and jumping in there.
The bathroom selfie himself.
Yeah, bathroom selfie. I love during COVID when he was reading the Dad Jokes book on Facebook. I was a big fan of that.
It's about the only thing I was a fan of during that time.
He was also, you can say that again. He was one of the first players I ever got a chance to commentate back in 2019 when Jeremy Wood was still running the CSE. I was getting my first couple of gigs in there, and boy, I went back to listen to some of those shows, and I'm glad those stayed in 2019. Back then, Jeremy called me Nick Stradamus.
Oh.
What is he holding? It looks like he is holding something in his darting hand. It looks like a bag of sorts. He is holding something in it.
I think he just really likes coffee. That looks like the coffee packages in my room.
Do you think so? It looks like, if anything, it looks like a chalk bag of some kind that he keeps in his hand. But it's interesting that he holds it while throwing.
Chalk bag, or I could also see hand warmer this weekend.
It is like 33 degrees outside right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I said yesterday I was very interested to see we see a big 9 mark, 1.5 16s. See my breath stepping off the plane
Yeah, I was like, oh, perfect. It's the exact same, if not slightly colder than what I'm dealing with in Florida. I thought, okay, you know what? If anything, if I'm going to be cold, let me at least see some snowflakes.
Chris, I'm going 12.
If anything, ask Daryl Cortez. He knows better. I think I could beat 12, though. If I had to.
I know I don't look like it, but eating so much that I'm uncomfortable is not at the top of my list.
That's fair. I just like challenges. I had a friend once bet me how many Big Macs I could eat in one sitting. The number would shock you.
Because it's so high?
What would you think the number of Big Macs I could eat in one sitting is?
I don't know that I would want to pay for enough Big Macs at this stage, but I'll give you a solid dozen.
Yeah, it was 7. They're pretty hearty. It was 7
Well, the extra piece of bread that's going to get you.
Yeah.
It's going to get you in the middle.
Every time. Back to the match. It's Cross Ross.
See, I could have used it.
That was one of those right there.
Asset, please do not misconstrue. I was coming from Ohio, so it's not like I thought I was going to get warmer weather from where I was coming from, but yeah, I was also the one standing there with no coat while everybody else was huddled around warmers at Houston.
Harder does get leg number 1 on the board there. Good stuff indeed. That ladies match that we were looking at there is currently just getting into the 0-1 leg. The tail end of it is Chrissy Davis sitting on 48 looking for the win. Daniel said I would have said 4, so 7 is impressive. It was miserable. I got so sick after. But it was worth it. My friend bet me $100. That was the line. It was over under 6.5, by the way. I worked so hard.
Oh, see, no way I tell you the number. Like, I'm going to write something on a piece of paper. I'm going to fold it, and I'm going to slide it. And then, because if you know the number, guaranteed. I mean, unless it's just like, hey, I think you can eat 9, and you're like, no bet, not doing it.
The problem is that I had to take my winnings and then subtract the amount of Big Macs. So it was minus $43.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I would have been good on that side. I would have written down the number, hidden it, and then if you got to the number, you get the 100 plus I pay for the meal.
There you go.
Because that's how those food challenges work, right?
No, that makes sense. Instead, I got net of a $55 and a stomach ache.
And was there a run-up? Like, did you know that, like, hey, today is the Big Mac Challenge Day? Or did you just walk into a McDonald's? He's like, hey, friend, want to eat 7?
Basically. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We were always driving around because he was a soaking wet 120 pounds guy, 6 foot tall, just could never get down the calories. And so one day we were like going by Subway, and he's like, I'm so hungry I could eat 3 sandwiches. I said, you couldn't get 2. He ate 1.5. Yeah, nailed that line. So then it started becoming a thing of like, hey, we have nothing to do on this Tuesday afternoon. Do you want to go ahead and eat a bunch of food? And that became our game.
I did watch a college roommate eat 3 Chipotle burritos one time.
That's also pretty hard to do. That's a lot.
That rice, like in the short amount of time. Now, 30 minutes later, you're still gonna be looking for something to snack on. But in the moment, that was pretty intense. And that was no bet. That was just like, hey, what do you want? I want these 3 burritos. And I was like, are you a psychopath? Like,
yeah,
what?
The answer is yes, by the way.
What in the world?
Well, back to the match. Once again, having some fun here in Texas. Of course, it's our early Saturday commentary. We always talk about it, right? Not that we have a hard job. We get to sit down and talk about darts, and I'm very cognizant of that fact. But our commentary always gets a little goofy, right? Because we stay up late last night, start early today, and then by tomorrow, though, we actually get a full refresh since there's no commentary during that triples event. So Looking forward to it. I appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out with us. If there's anything, yesterday you guys were great with asking questions and chit-chatting. If you guys want to talk with us, talk about the players, whatever else it may be, we're here for it here as Listo has an opportunity to really get control of this leg.
Trying to move this towards the close here in this second leg. Harder needs a big shot on those 17s. 9 mark opportunities, not going to happen. Oh, and 3 wires.
Last night's winner of the pro singles was Ram Guevara Jr. Scrooston, taking it over Cody Vomstead in that second place position. Third place, Leonard Soldier Gates. And Shannon saying, you guys coming to Omaha again? I heard that there's more than likely going to be a Nebraska stop, I presume, in Omaha, but it has not been fully locked in yet. But I would say that that is still definitely in the cards for this tour, still is potentially the last stop of the tour.
The classic soft tip, easier or harder question. I think it's silly to say easier for sure. Straight away, it depends on what you mean. Is it easier to hit triples? Sure, but it's easier for everybody. So the level of play is escalated for everybody.
The difference that I always like to make the adage of is the fact that in soft tip the expectation is perfection, and then it's about getting around those moments where you meet below expectations. In steel tip, it's the opposite. That's what you strive for. So I wouldn't say it's easier. You're exactly right. It's one of those fields where the strategy in the game kind of changes. The strategy in cricket that I apply to soft tip is not the same I would apply to steel tip. And a lot of times the routes I would apply to soft tip are not always the routes I would apply to steel tip either. And Brandon Neal putting that adage in perfectly. Steel tip is about what you hit. Soft tip is about what you miss. Good comment there from Mr. White Belt himself. Omaha, Brandon Neal.
It's tough to know you'll never be past a white belt.
Yeah, well, he's got to stop wearing them to every one of those dart matches then.
Joe Coffin, I agree. World Championship. It's funny how many of those seeds went out this year, but it still ended so chalky.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of expected it was going to be on the top side Luke Humphreys or Luke Littler, and on the bottom side you were expecting the Gary Anderson or MVG more than likely on the runs. That's why I put a futures bet and $100 just for the fact that I called the finals match correctly.
Of Luke Litter versus MVG?
Yeah. $10 at plus 900.
I thankfully did not bet on the World Championships much at all. That said, I made 2 brackets, and one of them where Lidler played MVG in the final, and one where Humphreys played Gary Anderson. But I had Doby into the semis, and regretfully I didn't have Bunting. But in my heart, I was rooting for Bunting.
He's the people's champion. Of course, you guys are.
And by the way, Bunting, there is no denying that kid.
No.
That kid is yours, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is just a mini Bunting.
Well, it is 1-1 here in this matchup, folks. So we got a game on our shoulders, and this should be a good one as it continues to develop here. Listo, give it a little bit of a pump, a little celebration there after getting the hat trick.
Little cat fighting in the chat.
Oh, kids, get along, everybody. Get along, or don't. It's actually pretty entertaining. Harder to get things going here. finds that 20 with ease. Is going to try to take advantage of that position of the dart. Should be able to sneak another one in there, but drops that last one a little bit low. Nothing wrong with the 5 mark open. Best worst opening.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really par at this level. 3 is probably a double bogey. 5 is par. That's where you need to be.
Yeah,
it might be. Oh, I thought he was coming up on that third dart. That was a tough triple to find. I probably would have moved. But deciding leg, need to pile in those points as best you can.
Not deciding leg. There's race to 3.
Oh, fair enough.
But I do get what you're saying, though. It's hard to deny the fact that you want to put some points on the board there and close that distance.
Well, and I do think I don't know if some dart players underestimate or undervalue like where they are in the match, but that's always something that I would encourage people to start looking at, because if you're up 2-0, 2-1, taking chances is a little bit easier, and if you can get that through your head, then you can play with a little bit more freedom in those scenarios.
I do have good news for you, Gordon. Your friend Jackwagon's in chat. You mentioned him right before we got streaming.
Jackwagon is back.
Where's Jackwagon? Here he is. Listo now looking to try to get themselves out of the situation here. Is going to have to dig deep on these 17s. Needs to find all of them to get a 1-point lead here.
Andrew, I would not accuse you of being bad at math for not liking 01, but to compare checkers and chess between 01 and in cricket is, I don't know, childish.
It's all different takes. I mean, even here we got a very mentionable comment from Bill saying, also it's 25 in bull, not single bull, double bull. I would recommend, Jim Mounts actually did a whole expose video on this subject. It is darts talking about the origination in the terms that it's more of a cricket specific term, single bull, double bull referring to the amount of marks, and it actually originated from the Asian centric portion of the game. That is typically where you'll find that origination from. And while that should technically not carry over in 01, I will agree with you there. In cricket, single bull, double bull is more than apt.
I'm not familiar with the, did you call it an expose?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that that piece, but I'd be interested to watch it.
I'll send it over to you.
Cricket being a game, from my understanding, that was created to practice for 01.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, exactly. Just the terminology, I believe, is where it developed from and got popularized, especially through the terminology used inside the dart machines over there with the single bull and double bull. It's more about where the terminology came from, not the game itself. Chris is trying to get these 15s closed. They're kind of just pushing along here. Averaging a combined 8.33. The other team falling short.
Yeah, it's a minor point for Chris there on that shot, but board management, I mean, you only needed 2. That inside wire of the triples, probably where that should have been. Save himself going into that 10. But job done nonetheless. 3 bulls now for Harder to take this second leg home.
That was a double in style there for Harder. Doing it the easier way. And 2 darts. Up 2-1 here. Do appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out with us. Just a reminder, if you are watching over on Facebook for any of our viewers there, to go on over to BullShooter Sports Network over on YouTube, or USA Darts on YouTube. Give us a follow over there. We have been having issues with Facebook, and well, so far today we've been having better luck. Knocked on wood. Just always make sure to tune over there, because we did not have any issues with our uptime yesterday on YouTube, and we want to make sure you guys can see all the darting action as we're having a fun time bringing it to all of you here across the internet. You can see Harder stepping up to the line here. Is going to be looking at the 19s here to get things going.
Yeah, good shot there from Harder. Fouls 7. Good snag there with the third dart. Only a treble there, so not exactly what was needed. See how many 20s Listo needs before he takes a crack. So only one. Great dart on the 19. Pushing harder down to the 18s. Should follow that single mark. I don't like this. Up to the 20. Stays on the 17. Yeah, I don't like taking an even smaller number now. Again, I understand it's a little counterintuitive. You don't want to close and score on the number that your opponent has already got a mark on, but it takes away the advantage of having that mark, because then if they hit a triple, you're basically taking a mark out of their hand. They don't get the full value of their treble. Chris needs to find this triple 18. Oh, and he finds another one. So looking like we're headed towards a tie ball game here. Big shot on these 18s, a couple more 20s. Well, of course you do, Andrew. That's what you said.
Are you and Andrew getting along while I was gone?
Yeah, I only responded to another one.
We're just messing around with you folks. We appreciate you guys. Did see someone ask in there for the YouTube for BullShooter, so I did go ahead and put a link to the live stream in there if you guys want to follow along as well. And give a support over to the platform. BullShooters, of course, is owned by Arachnid. Arachnid owns these dartboards that we are seeing this very tournament run on.
And again, if you're following along or looking to see friends, family, or competitors, if you know the team game, you can follow along in the bracket. You'll get live score updates, as we do have all of the boards linked this weekend. Oh, guess who I see?
Who do you see?
I see Jesse.
Jesse, the legend. Oh, my gosh. If you guys don't know what we're referencing with Jesse, that man back there with the towel, let me tell you, watch yesterday's opener, rewind YouTube, and watch it, because we were having a great time with that man. He decided to walk in while we were filming opener. He made the opener what it was.
Yeah, no, it was one of those happy accidents.
There's a reason we hit record before we actually need to record for that reason. I say you are the bloopers master, though. You talk into the microphone regardless of if we're recording or not. You were like giving reactions to the camera, to Jesse, to me. It was 10 out of 10 work, good sir.
Ooh, final ditch effort on that 15 corner. Oh, and he takes the 20 away. I really, really like that shot. I mean, even if he misses the 20, I like the gumption here. Again, up 2-1.
And, a little bit of strategy there, putting the pressure on the amateur here. Amateur taking an aggressive shot. Chris Ross taking that swing at the 15s and not capitalizing. Gives the opportunity now for Chris C to make something happen here.
Yeah, and just like I was talking about earlier too, with knowing where you are in the match itself, knowing who's coming behind you in some of these events is also super important on shot selection. If you've got the hot hand, you play a little bit more conservative. If you've got somebody that may be struggling a little bit, maybe the more pressure you can put on them to see what they can do in that spot is the right shot.
Well, that was a big last start. Listo needed that one to go his way, as currently Harder's on a heater, throwing a 7.0 in this one. Going to try to afford himself an opportunity for the 18s. I will say Harder's partner, Chris, did not take the opportunity after the first start trip on the 15 to go for 2 single 18s. Might not matter, though, if Harder hits this. And, of course, he's going to hit it. He's on a heater.
Wow, back-to-back big shots. It wasn't a 9 mark because of the slash on the 18, but just as effective. 44-point lead now. Trying to close this up.
Yeah, the last ditch effort on the 15s became a full-on onslaught of attack.
Yes, I'm always talking about stringing them together, and that was 3 really good shots. And there we see trying to play a little bit more conservative in front of Listo. Double bull, we'll give him a whack, I believe. Yeah, it would have been good by 1, but it's not going to happen. So Harder now. Does he throw the... For me, this is probably an all, or I'm sorry, this is an all 15 shot.
I would have to agree with you here. I'm not really taking any swings at the bulls. He starts at the bull here.
Oh, I really hate that shot.
It's a good recovery. He needs to stay there for more. And, I mean, he recovers
I didn't know
enough.
he had 2 triple 15s in his pocket.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, hey, cheers to him. I didn't know that.
The reason you have to start that 15 there typically is because you can't afford the risk of just bare minimum getting up. You want to try to push the game shot out of reach here, which he successfully did by hitting back-to-back trips. If he didn't hit 2 trips, though, you could not have done that.
But here, another decision with Listo behind, perfectly capable of finding a couple of bullseyes and a trip 15, but straight into the double bull. Oh, he's going to need to find it, though.
Yeah, this is risky, and he does find it, though.
What a shot. What a shot.
Yeah, incredible stuff there, and what ended up becoming a very enticing tail end. Like that 2.83 from Chris is not representative of how good his last 6 to 9 darts was there, and Harder played phenomenal, as that was a great showing there, and they will continue to move on the winners side of the bracket here, and getting our first top 4 matchup ready on the stage here. So good stuff indeed. Which actually should be our next matchup on the stream in just a moment's time. The Leonard Gates and Heinrich match going up against Harder and Cabarello to get things going on the top side. Team Mexico waiting to play either Andrew and Tommy or no naughty name in that matchup there. Ladies, we're about to have the Sanche Riveras and the 2 Stoners on the stream here. But we're going to take a quick break while those ladies get over to the board. I did see a couple quick questions. I'll jump in here. Andrew asking, how do I adjust my aim if I'm right-handed but left-eye dominant? It's kind of one of those hard things to do. If you look at players like Scuba Steve Diker and some of these players that have opposite eye dominance, you naturally will just tend to pull that dart towards your other eye. It's something that's kind of really hard to train. I don't know if I would have a specific regiment. It's more of a habit that develops because of that.
So I would say the most successful fix that I've seen is a guy in league that I play with. It's I would call him above average, but still kind of just a league player. He actually closed that eye to force himself to throw off of, because obviously with that eye closed. The other thing that and he's done it for years. The other thing that I will say is it's strengthened that that eye as well. I don't know how long or if that's not just something that I've observed, but that's how I've seen people combat that in the past.
And eye dominance, well, it does play a factor. I mean, JC Martinez last year at the Arizona BullShooter played with an eye patch on the whole time because he just had eye surgery on his left eye and played the entire time, getting a 5+ average almost every single game on stream, showing that while it is a factor, it is not always the deciding factor in most players' throws. And then I think Gary Thaxton says cognitive behavioral therapy. I don't know if that would work for eye dominance, but I definitely think, I mean, you talk about Nathan Aspinall, all these guys. Luke Humphreys was on Jack Mate's podcast talking about how he had to go through some therapy to work on his panic attacks he was having on stage. So, therapy does play a big access there for these players. And then Ryan O'Hara asking if the WizKid's still throwing at our events. He was at the Chicago BullShooter where it was WizKid, Tyler Henze, Mason Sasser together, and we took a selfie. And I was like, this might be the youngest BullShooter pro selfie I think I've ever taken. So, alrighty, guys, that will do it for right now. We're just going to get those ladies on over to the board. It looks like they are just getting right on over there. So, we'll go ahead and get them over there as I accidentally gave you guys all whiplash. I hit the wrong button. And we'll be back in just a moment's time, folks, once it's time for that match to get going. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon on the comms here. Welcome back, everybody, for another thrilling matchup here on our stream board. This should be a good one, as we have Sanche and Rivas, as I already butcher it, going up against two stoners. My name's Nick Teixeira, and joined by my good friend here in comms, Gordon Dixon. How you doing, Gordon?
Yeah, we get to see a full ladies match, so we're going to see that 301. Is this our first freeze leg?
Yes.
Yeah,
unfortunately, with timing, we haven't been able to get the ladies on. I keep calling them up, and we keep hitting the recalled territory there of 10 minutes. And so we've been sticking with that pro side. We want to show some ladies some loves. In fact, this lady stepping up right here, she said, "Oh, I finally get out of the ladies' room, get to play in the big kids' room, because all the ladies actually play in that sideball room." So they're excited to put on a performance here for us.
And you said she is the coordinator of the blind draw?
Yeah, at Q Club. Yeah, she's wearing that Q Club T-shirt right there, and she's always there running the show. I think they're actually going to do another little tournament tonight as well. So, very hospitable people there. It is a local friendly establishment. You feel like you're just one of the people there. Bring your own booze bar.
Yeah, bring your own booze. I don't even know. I've been to those establishments. They were not of the dart playing type.
No, this one had 6 boards there, so it's as dart playing as you get. And they still squeeze in at 2 or 3 pool tables as well. And it is not a big square footage venue, but I would say the people out there phenomenal. Highly recommend giving it a check out here sometime.
So Nina has been very close painting the wires on this bullseye. See if she can center up here.
He needs to try to leave that 1-5-8 finish to match her partner, Vicky. The freeze is always going to be a factor here. Neither team on a breakaway enough where that's in play quite yet, but every dart matters when you're playing a matchup like this. But K-Money trying to cash something here. Just going to get down low as 1-6-3 is a no-go, even in open out.
Do you know the history of the freeze rule?
I would love to hear it.
No, I don't know. That was a general question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No. Is there actually a history? I need Jen to do an expose for me to know. That's the only way I learn things.
Yeah, I actually don't know where it came from. Cynical me says it has something to do with the number of quarters that you needed to play the game. But it is something unique. I know you were saying, actually, was it the blind draw? They had some boards that didn't utilize the freeze opportunity.
Yeah, some foreign boards that don't have that feature built into them.
So something, as far as I know, is unique to the BullShooter.
Yeah, and to the BullShooter board, but it has become a North American adopted format for the most part in the soft tip world. And I mean, it is an interesting way to do a doubles format, right? I mean, I imagine there was a freeze rule in the PDC. That would be something to see in like the World Cup or something.
I mean, I know it's 0-1, so it's just checkers, but it does give another element of strategy to the game.
Oh, it doesn't quite take it there, but off into the races, getting them nice and low.
Yeah, Vicky quietly having a pretty good game here.
Being sneaky and not going to be mad about it either. Griffin there gets down to 86, but now this is where Nina doesn't even have to consider taking the 1-4-8. Obviously, the route's still the same. You're going to go bull trip 16, but your goal is to just get as low as possible here. Make sure K-Money does not get an opportunity. That's in the cards. Needs to get below 69, the funny number. That'll do. K-Money can do nothing here except bring it on down, confirming with the partner there. He gives a little shoulder shrug. Said, "That's fine."
Ooh, and what a dent.
Oh no! She took it out the freeze roll. They just lost the game. That was the first time I think we've seen that in quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously we just saw the ramifications for taking the match out when you are indeed frozen.
It was an excellent shot. Trip for 10. I mean, you can't complain on that, but
Well, and it was odd too because she definitely was told. I mean, we don't know exactly what was said, but
it looked like they had a conversation.
Yeah. But there it is. You do lose automatically. So Nina stepping up here to try to win this in 2.
If it makes a difference, I think I might hold the record for my partner breaking the most freeze rules possible. That's because if you're playing League with Kenny Doyle, he blames it on you and says, I'm going to take it out anyways every single time. If he's frozen, he'll still take it out in League. Not in tournaments. In League. And he makes you feel it.
Really?
That's true. That's Austin Braswell, too. He's played League with Kenny Doyle. That's a Kenny Doyle special right there. And he says, next time, don't freeze me. And again, in League, not in tournaments.
Oh, that is wild. So do you make fun of him if he misses the out?
Not typically because I'm at 300.
So he get multiple chances of breaking the freeze roll?
Yeah. Now, he'll make an alternative route. He won't go right for the open single or anything in the league that we played, but yeah, he would go for it.
That's hilarious.
It makes you really get down on making sure you don't freeze your partner and knowing to always check for what shot. Make sure that doesn't happen, though. And it's a reinforcing the lesson. The league we were specifically playing was not like a local league. It was an online league to qualify for other stuff. I was just playing games to get some coaching with Kenny Doyle, and he was using me to get some points in on the participation ladder of the PPD. So no hard feelings there, and if anything, it helped make me a better player. Vicky here going to be looking at taking advantage of those 18s. Does not find them. You can see gives a aw dang it with her arm right there. Or dag nabbit maybe. Became money. Kind of taking that last leg personally. And throwing really consistent darts. Was able to get those 20s closed in 3. And right there was a classic 1-2-3 close.
Yeah, down to the bottom of the board. Try to reel back some points here from Nina. So Q Club, what is her name?
Nitra Griffin.
Griffin. Sorry, I should have said last name. I see her name on the board.
But you never know if it's a nickname or not, so it's nothing wrong in checking. I believe she is one of the 2 stoners.
A name by their own submission, by the way.
I'm just going off what I read. They put on the teleprompter, I read it. Ron Burgundy style. Oh, look at that little dance. All right, Nina.
Yeah.
He said, look at this. I want to hit a little jig. I want to hit a big shot.
And again, she continues to be close. Look at her put the hammer down on the 3rd dart.
I love it. I apologize. Looks like I accidentally had the chat scrolled up there. We were missing some comments in the meantime. But Andrew asking, and Jack Wagon, our commentator remotely here, absolutely explaining it right. If your score, if your partner's score is higher than the combined score of the other team, you are not allowed to win the game. So if your partner's total score is at 200 and the other team's combined score is at 195 for both players combined, that means you're not allowed to win. If you do, you lose the game.
As demonstrated by K Money.
Bill Steiner saying, good throwing Will Stewart against the bull hitters. Spoiler alert to anybody that hasn't watched that video, so you can mute me right now. Will Stewart blew that last leg decider. What do you mean good throwing? He literally played a guy that never played cricket before in soft tip and lost. No. Can we stop glazing Will Stewart around here? Can we get serious for a minute? Okay, you guys can listen again. No more spoilers.
No, I was just enjoying the tone as the voice got higher and higher.
It's it's very impassioned.
What a shot from Anitra there.
I think I'm just salty they didn't bring me to the World Championship, I'm going to be honest. This is still anybody's game. I mean, right now you have K Money walking up with the board state where she has the 20s and 16s, but the 19s and 17s are in the favor of the other team. Interesting move to try to grab the 15s and then goes back up to the 20s here. Only 50-point separation. Anything's possible in this setup right now. If Nina finds a trip on these 17s, I really want to see her take a shot at this single 20 right now. She just grabs 2 on the 17s, though. Grace Rick saying, why are you hating on your friend and colleague? Did you see that Bobby Hill meme he made about me? Can we just acknowledge that it's equal? I understand my hair when it's cut looks like Bobby Hill. I need to bring it up. Very sensitive.
Vicky just not finding it here in cricket. Had a decent 0-1 leg. Didn't ultimately have to finish it because of the freeze rule being broken, but Nina continuing to do her jig here.
And nothing's stopping her stride. And Lacey Lynn, you are correct. Cheyenne Richards is in the house, but she is not playing today. She just wanted to stop by and say hi to everybody before she went on to work. So shout out to her and congratulations on the pregnancy announcement in the new house.
Nitra trying to grab some more points to regain the lead. Only does find a 20, but nice opportunity here from Vicky.
I really want Vicky
Should be due.
Yeah, I she is. I want her to take a grab at this 20 right here. Oh, catches the wire. I think she could have moved up after the first start, but still, I don't hate the shot selection at all because they're just trying to win this 2 straight here.
Yeah, down 50 now, up 10, up 30. Great shot. Coming back from K Money.
Oh, Nina frustrated. She wants this. I can't repeat what she just said to the board right there.
Oh, shucks, I think.
I believe.
I mean, I'm not very good at reading lips.
She said, beep, 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 beep.
Exclamation point, ampersand,
That's it.
number symbol.
Tyler $sign. Vicky with another opportunity. She hit a good round on the last Finding 4 in the 17s here. At this point, you're at round 16 to 25. I'm thinking about the total net value of just grabbing that 20. And again, she does take that swing there despite not finding the 17s. But with round out potentially becoming on the table here, one of those things where you kind of have to start taking those swings. Hey, Money does get the close regardless here. And now Nina's going to have to try to do a blocking shot on the 15s, excuse me.
Oh, and the last one floats high. So this one looking like we're going to go to a decider. Again, this women's combo is 301 freeze rule, cricket, and then a leg of 501 stacked.
Yeah, interesting format for the ladies. I actually saw
Ladies.
some calls here to potentially switch around that format to talking about like, oh, should we keep it 01 free? Should we switch it to 301 to 501 and talks like that? I'm curious to see, because sometimes you see these ladies matches and they go so fast, and then sometimes you see those freeze rules go down all the way to the wire. I'm curious to see what the ladies feel about that. If they want to be playing the 501, keep the format the same as. I love that the BullShooter has been experimenting with new formats lately.
I like 501 cricket 501.
Just keep it nice and simple.
I do think the other thing that we need to look at is alternating starts.
I'd agree with that, especially on the best of 5 side. I with best of 3s, I understand that it's just so common in soft tip, and in opposite terms, you see the average steel event typically has sometimes diddle every leg. Wouldn't be opposed to seeing one of those either.
Good dart there from K-Money to put us one away from that deciding leg.
Andrew asking, how long are they frozen? So they're frozen until your partner is just below the combined score of the other team. That's how that would work. So typically when you see a freeze type game, and let's say you're the person frozen, more than likely you don't actually get another shot for the game. Usually the person that freezes you is basically going to have to take it out, mathematically speaking.
Yeah, once frozen, it is very difficult to become unfrozen.
So the only thing you can do is get as low as possible. In an open up format, that's you can go all the way down to 1 point or 2 points if it's a double up format. But here we go. It is 1-1 here, down to a last leg decider in this women's top 8 matchup to get to that women's semi here. Winner of this match will get either Cajun Queens or Work You, Ronnie. And that's why I'm not allowed in most Walmarts. But here we go. K-Money and Anita will get the start here. And you have to imagine, they won the cricket leg. And technically, they won the first leg, but they were frozen. You would have to say that they're favored regardless of the fact that they're going first or not.
I don't have to say that.
Where are you going to?
No, K-Money in them. It's whoever's got the start until they convince me otherwise.
Just a heads up, you can see them on deck and warming up. Winner Gates hitting a little bit of a boogie there in the background, trying to get that for you guys. Gates and Henriches going up against Harder and Caballero. Chris, which should be a good match. And that is, of course, the top 4 side to get to the seat match in that Pro-Am double. So once that does get underway, we'll get going with that. But there's a good chance that this leg will finish up in this match before that even gets going.
No, Andrew, they can throw. They can throw all the way down to 2. Now, if you get to a point where you can no longer score points, you can just push off. But the rule isn't that they can't throw; it's that they can't finish the game.
And it's saying one thing for sure: watching this makes me want to go to my VFW and play online. Well, hey, I love that. you want to go and find out more about playing on BullShooter boards or everything else, make sure to contact your local vendors or go over to bullshooter.com. Link will be in chat. Specifically about the link to the main page here where you guys can find out more about what we provide here at Arachnid/TouchTunes. So Vicky here, out in front and has control of the throw now, so anything she hits is bonus money and added pressure.
Oh, what a last. Finds a big one.
CK Money taking a deep breath here, going up to the line. Doesn't recover by finding the bull. She was finding some good markings on it, just not quite on the inside wire. Nina, again, going to try to take advantage of this opportunity here.
Yeah, K-Money in the first leg, smooth stroke in the, was it 137? 127?
127, yeah. Trip 19, trip 20, single 10.
Unfortunately, she was frozen, so losing the leg, but we just haven't seen that firepower here from her in the scoring phase of this leg.
Yeah, and to be able to just hit those triples on command there, I mean, it was an excellent shot.
So Nina, first crack here, 102 for the match here.
No reason to get fancy with it. Bull to bull. And go for the 2 trip 17s, but that's not going to earn you any extra points, and the opponent's on to finish. Just go for the more traditional route here. She went for the 17s. Needs to try to clean this up. Trip 15. She went for the bull there, but there's no freeze in play in this stack score format. Opponent's on to finish. I would have gone for a setup dart. $19 for bull should be the shot here for Vicky to get this one done.
I felt more like a bull for 19.
Well, it does leave a finish, but not really the intended way. K-Money needs to leave it out just in case. 33, no gimme, especially if you hit 2 single 11s, pop into that 14, anything can happen.
No finish, so another 6 darts at least for Nina and Vicky.
Woo! Gets that one done nice and easy. And takes that one out. So Sanche and Rivas do break the throw, and 2 stoners go to the losers bracket here. But we'll still fight along to see another day. So, all right, guys. Well, they're going to, looks like there's an issue with the pro board, so they're going to work on that real quick, and we're going to be back in just a moment's time, folks. Welcome back, everybody, to the BullShooter World Tour 39th Annual Regional Tour. As we're in Houston, Texas here, I'm Nick Sure, joined by Gordon Dixon, and this is going to be an excellent match here in our semi-side Pro-Am, as we'll be getting one of the two semis. This is Gates and Henriches going up against Harder and Chris.
Yeah, the second time that we've seen these guys on our stream. First look directly at Gates and Heinrich today.
Now, our other semi that has a pretty interesting tale going on right now. No Naughty Name versus Team Mexico. I was curious who these people were. No Naughty Name is going to be Justin Duke and William O'Quinn. And Team Mexico is going to be Brock Garza and Frank Z making the run right there.
Yeah, well, Frank obviously playing well last night. So no surprise to see him continue his run.
And Brock helping warm up Cody for his Cinderella story of a run last night, too. Harder finds a 9 mark, though. We're going to be in for performance. And if you guys didn't recall, to win the last match we saw the Harder team play in, they won 3-1. In that last leg, it looks like it was going to go the way of potentially a 2-2 scenario. Harder said, never mind that, and threw a 7+ to get that win.
Yeah, most of the work being done on the last corner, the 15s. A couple triple 15s, then a trip 20, a couple triple 15s, and a trip 18 for a nail in the coffin. All very greatly supported by Chris.
Well, here we go with Joe trying to find these 17s and get them underway. And so far, the X factor in this matchup is that 4.0 sitting on the board, because you can see 7.5, 5.5, and a 5.0. So just a little bit of a fall off from Chris here on the board, but nothing that can't be course corrected, especially when your partner's starting 7.5.
Birdman Darts saying hello from Colorado. Is that Al?
Yeah, that is Al. He's a famous streamer, you know. I have a sticker on my water bottle.
I met Al in Florida. I think he was in Florida at the time.
Was it a good encounter?
Yeah, for sure.
The way you said it almost sounded like war flashbacks. I met him in Florida.
No. That is just an old man having all of the tournaments that he's been to run together. That's all that hesitation was.
And you're the old man in that scenario?
Yep,
Okay.
100%. Well, I can't believe, or I can't remember where I was going to stick this in before, but again, old man. But when I recently read that the PDC, or I'm sorry, not the PDC, the senior tour, the World Seniors Tour, starts at 45, I wanted to break things.
Yeah.
I wanted to throw things. I wanted to break them.
Well, that was a recent change. They were at 55.
But because my bones are brittle, I, as an old man, I could not do any of those things.
But you can play in the Seniors Tour.
No, I can't. I'm not 45. You expletive.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. But here we are, 43. Wow.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy. Yes, the cherry bomb. I knew it was. I thought it was steel. I think I was playing with Larry Butler that weekend.
That's a good partner. Yeah, it's definitely interesting that the World Seniors are to reduce the age range from 55 to 45. Personally, I was also not a fan of the announcement. Leonard Gates, a man that's had success on that tour. He had the Triple Crown at one point in time, and David Cameron winning a title over there as well.
Yeah, Jim Long making his presence known on there.
Gary, I believe Leonard's throwing the one more fusions on the back of his starts. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty confident on that one. We do have one in that neon green shade. But it's also a very popular color for the Condor axes, especially if you're friends with Tony Zekas, Captain Condor. He said, hey, if you take a picture of me holding a set of these darts, I'll let you keep those shafts. And I said, I love free stuff.
And there's what's wrong with sponsorships in America.
I didn't say I was going to post a picture. If you think me holding a product adds value to it, that's on you. And plus, I'm always going to be unsponsored. I'm a man of the people.
Wow. Big opening. Leonard Gates only finding one. They're going down in the first leg. So big opportunity from Harder. That's why he's taking a little extra time here.
Harder needs to capitalize on it. Does find that trip on the last, and you had to imagine he really wanted that one to go his way there. You can't just hand that opportunity like that back over. At the Cherry Bomb, Brandy was selling feather art that weekend. That was her first art show. Well, there you go.
Love to see it. We got a little discussion here before the throw. We'll see where they landed on the best course of action here. Really telling him to stay. Now, undoubtedly, we're going to see some 20s. Just a 20, but damage done. Gates starting with a clean slate here. Needs to find a number and score. He's done with the 1 marks.
You can't imagine it would happen twice in a row at least. Barely even twice in a day.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't believe it happened once.
Harder says that 20 with the high ground advantage should be something he should be keen on taking, well, advantage of.
Yeah, he's going to look to protect that 20. Understandably.
There, takes the aggressive shot. I think he just wasn't feeling the 20, kept catching that wire, went for the cover on the close, and collected. It was an all or nothing kind of shot, and it was all in that go.
Yeah, important switch there. Surprised, but honestly, again, just looking at the position, he's got a little bit of freedom with 1 leg up and a lead here in the second leg.
Chris is going to try to push the question here. Grabs that second number. Personally love that shot and hits the 16 as well. This is a dangerous situation as Gage and Henrich are in a situation where they could be 2-0 down in a race to 3.
Is it Heinrich or Henrich?
I don't know how to read, Gordon. I don't know how to tell you this.
I'm just asking. Chat, if you know, give us some phonics.
Gordon, that's a good point. I will say I got my pronunciation skills with names through working with Will Stewart, so that's probably why I'm in such poor form.
Swing and a miss. Very surprised at this shot selection. Yeah, not a fan. Had the 20. You've got a partner that's putting up some decent numbers here.
Yeah, you're just giving an opportunity, and Joe's going to just take this moment, add some points to the board here. 130-point difference isn't anything to scoff at. Chris is going to have to focus on making up for that lost ground. Otherwise, Leonard Gates has the opportunity for a big swing here. Needs to find a triple here. Doesn't find it. Leonard Gates is not the man you want to leave an opportunity like this for. This is a big shot, but something he can take.
Yeah, no, all started very interesting. Very interesting. Leonard not taking the opportunity in a leg that they're pretty far behind in terms of beds.
I mean, he still extends it back to over a 100-point lead and does grab the 20s, but I agree with you. I think you have to take the full swing there.
At least start that way. If the first start goes awry, put in a couple triple 15s. But as it stands, they are still low man on the totem pole in terms of scoring numbers.
Oh, on the other hand here, Joe does find that trip 15 or less. Needed that collect here. This is becoming a little bit of an interesting back and forth in this leg. Was really shaping up to be a guaranteed 2-0. Has now been a battle towards the tail end. Should expect two single 15s here. Doesn't go for it. I mean, yeah, sure. Would Leonard Gates probably hit a 5 mark and make it 3-4 on the Bulls? Maybe.
Did you see the motion from Harder? Gave him the cut him down. That's 15 yards in football, folks.
Yeah, but if anything, it gives you positive yards here in darts. That was a beautiful pantomime. Martyrs has the skill to be able to attack this head on here. You just have to be careful. You don't want to accidentally leave a game shot.
Oh, the man, clean living.
Yeah, practice that fallout, but does leave the game shot, though. Need at least one more single to push it out of reach. One time on the one time.
Yeah, I don't hate it with Joe coming up behind. I definitely wouldn't have left that for Leonard.
Agreed.
But, yeah, with the aggressive play, Chris now 1 bull away. I'm going up 2-0.
And does do so there. 2-0 lead. A good spot to find yourself in. Leonard Gates is going to try to get fired up and get a good start. Curious to see that he's not wearing any headphones right now. Typically, even when he does play with a partner, he usually does. Maybe he likes his song choices on the jukebox today.
Leonard does not start with 1 mark this time. Jolie looking steely-eyed, staring that dartboard down.
That's a man with determination all over his face.
Tough first start. He's going to step over, try to find that treble 19.
Oh, yeah, that was near perfect placement. Touched right on top of the barrel, though, unfortunately. Tried to get right to the side of it, and only a 2 mark there. Joe should go ahead and just attack. Now you bail out.
Yeah, I don't like the bailout, especially with only an X on there.
I don't mind it. I personally think he's just thinking, okay, I have Leonard Gates on my team. I'm going to make sure he has the best board state possible whenever he comes back. And after the first start doesn't grab at least a single, I understand the logic behind the bail.
Chris now trying to step to the side and find that treble 19. He's not able to either. So Leonard averaging 5 marks in this leg. He's getting frustrated here. Does snag 2 trebles. A pretty good lead here.
Firm control, but not unbeatable. Carter's going to just have to find a little bit of resilience in this moment here. Looking for a bet on one of these numbers. Opts for the 17. And find 7. And, you know, I think that's a kind of a popular strategy to forego the 18s instead of and grab the 17s, especially in like regional bases. Like I know in Florida that's pretty popular, and I attribute a lot of that to Kenny Doyle, just like how here Ram Guevara, one of those players that probably pretty famously does it. There's no mathematical reason to do that. I definitely think that those are trends I see in certain areas.
Yeah, don't do that. Go to the next biggest number. You're already down the 20.
Don't disagree with you. Although I'm one of those players that does it too. I agree. It's inoptimal every time I do it.
It's seeming to be a little bit more on song here. Still with one loose dart in each turn.
And Harder is still within reach, right? 4 marks on the 17 gets him that opportunity to shoot the 20s. He can shoot it in here, 14-point lead. He's looking up for it. And he hugs the wire, and it doesn't go. Well thrown dart that just doesn't quite go his way.
Joe's going to find 4. Gaining that point lead. What will Chris do? Try to find some 17, see if he'll take a swing. Doesn't do it. On one of these shots from Chris or Jolie, I would like to see 4 18s.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the grab at all. And Gates is going to opt for right here. He listened to your advice.
Yeah, I think either team there was an opportunity there to snag another number and some points.
Harder here, just going to try to continue to fight along with these 17s. They've been trusty so far, but now you're starting to hit a dangerous situation with your opponents up 2 numbers. He does grab the 20 on that turn, though. Turns the turntables, 32-point difference.
Yeah, and closes the gap on a per triple basis, too.
And that was pretty much a bare minimum turn there from Joe. Ethan here is saying, any word on the Omaha BullShooter this year? I've been told it's 90% chance that it's going to happen, which means in normal people terms, that's a 80% chance it's going to happen.
I don't quite understand the conversion there.
Well, I've been told 90% chance on a lot of things. And I just average it out.
Understood.
This is a potential 3-0 scenario here. Team Mexico did that to no naughty name on the other side of the semis here. So that is a recipe for success. As if you beat Leonard Gates 3 straight, you're feeling pretty happy. And Harder has the darts here to be able to like almost lock that in. He's going to attack these 16s directly here. What's his route? He's deciding to stay. Now he's trapped. He has to stay. And gets the bare minimum on the turn here. It's up to Joe, the amateur on the team, to save the day.
Yeah, interesting shot there. With Joe behind, probably would have went to 15s, but then if he puts in a 7 on the 16s, great shot. Good timing there from Joe. Little fight back here at the end yet again.
And now Chris fighting along here on the 17s. Needs to find one of those trips. He does find one on the last. But Leonard Gates, this is a good opportunity for him and well within his wheelhouse.
Truer words, Carrie. Truer words.
For the record, I also agree Gordon's right.
All right, coming down to it here, 17s versus 15s. See how aggressive Harder is after he gains that point lead. Joe behind him. It's very aggressive. Back to the 17.
A 26-point difference, too. Could be a 52-point difference. They had the 18s instead of the 17s.
Smart shot, though. Move the bull in the current scenario. Joe with 3.
Now, in this scenario, I'm telling if I'm harder, I'm saying hit that trip on the 17 first. I would not tell the am in the situation to go right that bull, or if you do, you better pin it.
No, I completely agree. You shoot the 17 because if you hit it on the first start, you still got a winning shot.
Instead, he goes for the bull, was well outside, and then grabs just 2 17s there.
Did push it again though, so 3 bulls needed from Gates before a whack at the 17, but it is a game shot, and it is on. Oh, just low. Just low.
Yeah, well thrown dart that just doesn't quite go in. Harder is now in a situation where he can't really opt to shoot the bull unless he hits a big couple darts at the 17s here. He's going to just try to get Chris that opportunity now. He might take the swing. He looked, but now he has to go back. Find 6.
Yeah, every time I disagree with his shot, he's got 2 triples in his pocket. So
again, a good strategy to have.
yeah, if your strategy in cricket is hit triples and you're pulling it off, it's not bad.
With Harder, sometimes it feels almost preordained the way he throws them too. He already knew. There's no question.
So 37 points. And again, first start at the bull. This was another one of those scenarios where I don't shoot the bull until I hit a trip 17.
In this case, though, does find 4. Pushes it out of range by 5 points.
Yeah, no finish for Gates this time.
And Gates is frustrated after that first start. Still recollects and grabs 2 bulls. But now Harder gets the opportunity to shoot the bull. The guy on your pro-am, you want the pro having that opportunity and one that he's going to be keen on taking for a 3-0 win in this top 4 matchup.
Yeah, and the bull's already at 3 to take the lead with Joe coming up behind.
Oh, he's doing a step off here. I think double bull wins you the match. Trip 17 prolongs it, but it's a tough call.
Well, in my mind, with Joe coming up behind me, a single bull leaves my partner a single bull to win with the point lead.
I think that's reasonable. I'll allow it. I don't think you need my permission, but I'll allow it anyways.
We'll see what the calculation here is for Harder. Decided to go to the 17.
72-point difference here, so 3 points shy of pushing the bull.
Yeah, that's another reason why I wouldn't have gone to the 17. Single didn't change anything.
There's the point lead back. Now, Chris, this is another opportunity where, again, I'm telling him load that 17 up. Yeah, sure, if you hit a first start trip, you could go for bull, but I would think the more comfortable shot is just loading it up every single time.
You get to throw the double bull if you hit 2 treble 17s. What in the world is this?
And that's an awkward dart if you're trying to find another bull. He does find it, needs to get a big single on the 17 here, and nails it. I guess if you're going to hit it, it works. Not the way I would have advised, but the way he did and hit it.
Playing with fire. And you see the wry smile with Gates as he steps up.
Well, the next match here is going to be that seat match here as this bracket's moving on quickly in this Pro-Am. So that's going to be Team Mexico versus Harder and Caballero. I'm going to get it right one of these times. I have the Ohio, Florida pronunciation skills, which means none at all. So we'll be back in just a moment's time, folks. I'm Nick Chair, joined by Gordon Dixon here. Here we go for our king seats in our Pro-Am doubles bracket. This is Team Mexico going up against Harder and Chris in what should be a great matchup here. As you see Frank over there hitting a 9 mark to get things going. I'm Nick Sherrod, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call for what should be a great match.
Yeah, a couple really stout teams here. Our first look at Brock and Frank. Today, we saw both of them play well. Yesterday, Brock losing, I believe, top 8 in the pro singles on the winner's side. Cody Bamstead beating him 3-0.
And it was a tough 3-0 because Brock had those legs where he had those moments where he was so powerful, right? Where it felt like he was hitting back-to-back really big shots. And then moments where it just kind of completely evaded him. If he tightened up those in-between rounds a little bit here, I mean, he's an absolute threat. And showing it because they're in the C match. It was a good feeling, though. If you had a decent run in the pro bracket and your amateur had a great run in their bracket, you're going to feel good going into the Pro-Am.
Well, yeah, Frank's run last night, essentially a pro at this point.
Looking forward to seeing what the Harder and Chris team can continue to produce, as that was a convincing 3-0 win against the Gates and Henrich team. Loser of this match will go to that third place match. Currently sitting in that fourth place match is playing with a limp, waiting on the winner of a couple matches on the bottom side there. My pick earlier on today, Bobby Pratt, Derek Hinkle, still fighting along against TJ and Johnny right now. Winner of that will get the reward of playing Leonard Gates and Henrich. We do have the ladies' semis underway right now. We'll see who gets that queen seat match, as Sanche and Rivas do get that first spot in there, which we did see on the stream earlier. Harder coming up to the line here, looking to grab these corner pockets, rocking that 16-point lead, so going to be able to go on the attack if he so desires. He's going to go right to 16, trying to collect for 3. Going to do it the harder way, and grabs all 3. And Brock going to be forced over to those 15s now.
I know it's hacky, but I can't look at that name and not think Harry Potter.
Oh, poor Daniel. You're a wizard, Harry. You know they make butterbeer 7 kinds of way at Universal Studios?
No.
That is real. You got like fudge, hot, cold, frozen, and 3 other ways I can't remember off the top of my head.
Sweet.
They're not all good fun facts. What do you want? Such a hater.
Frank pulls back 30 points, but probably not enough here. Harder has been so deadly in these situations up until now. Yet again, he's going to come up big.
Yeah, nothing Brock can do in this scenario except hit some bulls and hope for an opportunity. That's step 1, though. He hit some bulls. Finding 4.
Yeah, closed in 25, but you got to think that it's probably just a little too much left to do here. We saw Chris close him out on the bullseyes last time up. Finds a big 60 points to solidify their position. No finish here for Frank.
Just going to continue to fight along as well. He did ask if we want to go to El Paso. The offer's still on the table.
Yep.
I did tell him you're the closest thing I have to a wife, though.
I was just going to say, you and your wife, me.
Harder does get it done there. Leg number 1 on the board. You see Brock eager at the line, already ready to get raring to go here. Women's bracket currently hitting that 9th through 12th phase of the bracket there, so moving along pretty quickly. We will go back to covering our women later on. We had some issues with one of our stream boards and got it sorted, so we will begin them on for their queen seat match here in a bit. But more than likely, we're going to get this match and then probably the women's queen, 3rd place of the Pro-Am, and then finals of the Pro-Am, and then back over to the women's for 3rd place and finals for them. And then to that big 108 bracket with the men's doubles, which currently is hitting the top 4 on the winner's side and a little bit further back on the losers. We had a lot of fun covering our matches yesterday on our stream board. Of course, we had those issues with the Facebook server, unfortunately. But on YouTube, I mean, we had a good time, and we streamed for 6-7 hours. I think we got a good 15-20 matches in there at least. It was flowing, nonstop action. A little bit of that Saturday hangover there, trying to get everything going. But the fact is that every match that's kind of come up on our stream board has usually had some moment of exceptional factor to it, or of pretty prominent note. I mean, we saw a freeze rule happen earlier, and that's a pretty rare occurrence on our live stream.
So pretty commanding lead here for Chris and Jolie. And they'll push Frank and Brock all the way to the Bulls here.
Yeah, setting themselves up for another 2-0 advantage, which we saw in their previous match against Leonard Gates and partner. He's putting the bull on the hook and climbing up the ladder. Does get it there. If you're curious what I was referencing there, it was our sandwich order from Firehouse Subs.
So leg 3 to avoid the whitewash. Brock and Frank, and Brock only starting with a single 20. You can see that's just kind of the pressure of the situation. Brock, very capable player, taking a walk after that shot, but Jolie and Chris just been so good in these scenarios. And an aggressive dart, as we've come to expect.
Well, on top of that, I mean, that first dart hanging over top of the bed, had to move over, snuck the dart in the triple. I think he was also convinced it might have been in danger of deflecting. And I don't mind the switch there at all. And Frank only finding 3. I don't think he minds it either.
Yeah, 3 darts, 3 wires. I have to imagine that this is not how Brock and Frank have played up until now to be reaching the king seat match.
Yeah, I mean, they 3-0'd in their semifinal match against no Nazi name, They also had a first-round bye, 3-1 win over Last Minute, and a 3-2 win over TJ and Johnny on the run so far. So pretty solid performances. But might be just having some late bracket blues at the wrong time. So now Harder here. He's going to just go ahead and grab the 21st. I wouldn't mind seeing a 20 to 18 kind of play here. Grabs the 18 first. You just go ahead and move along the board. This is the type of shot you can take as you have the 2 advantage, because you can just gamble a little bit. Get the game done a little bit quicker, make the opponent feel the pressure.
See Frank confirming with his partner on what needs to happen here.
We know Frank's a conservative player. He loves the point.
What a dart. Such a good dart. And Chris continuing to play that aggressive game. Brock struggling. Only three marks a turn here in this leg.
Now there, he finds the first start trip in the 16. He does end up hitting a 3 in the bet on it. Excellent shot from Garza. I think personally, though, after you find the first start close, you have to take the swing because you're playing corner pockets to the 20s and 18s.
Yeah, I just don't know that Brock has that confidence right now. 3 darts at the same target, I think was wise on his behalf, as he really hasn't shown that he can move around the board. So you find one treble, you might as well.
And he did find a pile and a half there.
Yes he did.
Seems like they're both liking it right there. Currently averaging a 10.33 combined. Way better performance from Team Mexico so far. Even if it is rearing its head a little bit late into the leg, it's not over.
Yeah, they got those pesky 20s and 18s lingering over their head. And while they are fine in the 16s, it takes a lot less 20s to reel those points in. Ashley Roberts, yes, you will. We'll see you in Ohio in a few weeks.
Harder here. 4-point difference. 20s are gone, but this is a moment where he usually finds success.
Yeah, he's really played ruthless in these spots, and he's going to do it again.
Oh, that's a heck of a shot right there. Brock throws up his hand and says, "What can you do?" That was beautiful. You can't teach clutch like that.
No, absolutely incredible timing. Frank closes the bull. Probably not enough. Chris, 3 bulls to take it 3-0.
Needs to hit at least a single 18 or 15 now to make sure that there's no game shot. Double bull does leave. Double 15, trip 18.
Yeah, in this scenario, you definitely want to find that point. No sense in undoing all the hard work that you've done thus far. And he doesn't do it.
If Garza hits this, it's going to give him all the confidence in the world going into the next leg. Not going to happen. And not going to hurt either.
Nope. So now harder for 2 bulls.
And nails it on the second dart there. Getting that one done. You can see some handshakes happening between these players and some respect given. But Harder and Chris are making the run to the seat match here. And Team Mexico is going to have to play the winner of either playing with a limp, B. Pratt, D. Hinkle, or L. Gates, J. Henrich as the remaining teams in this bracket here. Right now, the first women's semi is done. We talked about that earlier. Sanche and Rivas won 2-0 over Vacation Queens. Right now, 1-0, Cervantes and Katie going up against Jenny and Zenata. And we're going to get the winner of that match into that queen seat, and we're going to get that queen seat match on our stream board next. So give us just a moment, folks. Do appreciate everybody's patience as we've been trying to get these matches over. We've been having fun covering everything. Make sure to give us a follow. Whatever platform you're watching right now, hit that follow button. Do it. Do it now. We'll be right back in just a moment's time, folks. Welcome back, everybody, to the BullShooter 39th Annual World Tour here. We got another great matchup. This is the ladies.
Ladies.
That's it.
Yeah.
I can't get the right cadence, but I'm close. For the Queen Seat matchup here, this is going to be Sanche and Rivas going up against Cervantes and Qualls in this matchup.
Well, and cheers to Nina and Vicky. They have been persevering through these matches. The standard I wouldn't say is where we see some of the women's matches, but certainly taking every opportunity that they've been given. So interesting to see how they stack up against Katie and Megan here.
Yeah, this should be a good matchup, all things entailed, right? I mean, you're talking about the Queen Seat, and these ladies have been fighting hard through and through. We've seen some great matches on the Pro-Am side, but frankly, everyone wants to just hoist one of those beautiful plaques at the end of the day. How else are you going to get a new coaster?
The Gourmet Firewood.
Gourmet Firewood. It's actually a great band name. I would listen to that for sure. Midwest Emo.
Midwest Emo. Oh, I'm so missed an opportunity to Google that last evening.
Yeah, look up modern baseball, American football, or the Front Bottoms. Those are all bands in that genre.
I'm gonna go with Front Bottoms.
Of course, as you should.
Like, is there like? Can you give me anybody? Like, what's it sound like?
It sounds like someone that never got any vocal lessons singing songs with lyrics that use metaphors that then explain said metaphor. That's a math rock inspiration on the guitars. It's just, you gotta be there. I don't know how else to put it.
Oh, I'm gonna be there. I don't know for how long, but I'm going to be there.
Oh, I recommend.
Come on, chat. Give us your best Midwest emo band.
The best song on the Front Bottoms, Twin Size Mattress, by the way.
Twin Size Mattress by the Front Bottoms. I can't believe I haven't heard of this.
I've seen them live 3 times. It was actually the beanie I was wearing. It was the Front Bottoms beanie.
Are they Florida based?
No, they're from New Jersey.
Ah, the popular Midwest town of New Jersey.
I did see them perform in Columbus. I went to visit family, saw they were in town. I was like, oh, I'll go over. Anyways, back to the match.
Back to the match.
No, that's Evanescence is not Midwest emo. That's just emo. But you know what? 2 points. That's for you. Nina's going to leave herself a finish on this turn. She needs to make sure it's obtainable in case the 93 doesn't go. And on top of that, Katie's a little bit behind, so you're starting to think, okay, is there freeze on the table? What's going to be happening in that regard?
And Nina choosing not to go for the finish there in the last turn. 165 in this format is a finish. He needs to bring this down.
It does so, but doesn't really pressure any freezing scenarios here. So Megan's going to get that shot at 93. You go bull first here, or do you go for the 2-dart?
Yeah, mathing. I would go for the 2-darter because you do have the opportunity to still use the bull and get to a finish.
And that's a good shot from Megan there. Gets all the way down to 12. Now the freeze absolutely can come into play. Nina has to really consider the weight of this 1-3-2 here. Bull for double 16. Soft tip, it's always a champagne shot. Still has it out.
2 treble 20s. She's looking up. Not going to happen.
That Pat Cook in the background? That guy's a legend.
I don't know the legend that is Pat Cook.
You don't know. To everyone at home, if you are a fan of darts and you watch any dart stream that involves Houston, that gentleman right there in the overalls will sit down in the background and watch some darts. And then he plays some good darts too. I'm pretty sure that's him. If I'm mistaken, chat, don't yell at me. We watched them play against different opponents, not against each other yet. This is the queen seat match, so the top end and bottom end of the bracket on the winner's side meeting against each other here, as Megan wastes no time grabbing that 12 and getting that first win on the board for Cervantes and Qualls.
Your early prediction of Pratt and Hinkle. Still rolling, but down 1-0 to Gates and Heinrich.
Well, all that 20-team bracket, I'm now in the top 25%. So, give my points where I can get them. I predicted 3 finalists yesterday. Ended up going 1 for 3 at the end of it, though. It is Pat 3.0 Cook. He's a legend. I don't know how to put it. He is just a legend.
Yeah, good find from Megan. Third dart.
Vicky's going right on the attack here. Finds the 19s and gets the close and then moves right onto the 17s, wasting no time. No need to call the firehouse. She put out the extinguisher there.
Oh, just on the outside. Again, these ladies are playing 2 out of 3. Nina playing for the winner's bracket life right now. Does get the 17s closed. Megan going to go up to that 18, I have to imagine. Try to reel back some of these points.
Yeah, you have to get yourself some footing in this matchup here. And avoid going the full distance. All over that dart there. Well thrown and good grouping, but just a 3. Looked like it could have been more.
Yeah, no, good shot there. Just wasn't able to convert.
Robin in the chat saying, do 180. It almost feels like the Shrek. Do the roar. You can do your best 180?
I don't have a good 180.
Well, we're not referees. Referees have to have the good 180s. The commentators don't.
Right.
Nina.
Yeah, down points. So new spot for him in this leg. She makes the most of it. 100 points.
You can see the respect there. Megan, all smiles, giving a fist bump there.
Megan splitting the difference. Overcorrection. Needs to reset. If she can't find that treble 18. Goes just high.
Yeah, wanted a little bit more on that turn there. Expect the 18s at least get chopped down a little bit. Oh, the drop on that dart. Good correction by Vicky and finds a trip 20. Beautiful 6 there. Katie, letting those darts get away from her just a little bit here. This is pretty much shaping up to be a 1-1 affair in this queen seat matchup.
Nina going to look to close the corners here.
Currently, we have Team Lysak fighting out against that Two Stoners team we saw earlier on the stream. A winner that will play either the Sisters or Fork You, Ronnie. You love team names. But we're about to hit that 7th, 8th position in that women's bracket. About to hit that 3rd place match in the Pro-Am as that 4th place match is just about to get underway. Katie Grabs a trip on the last dart there, but felt like a opportunity, a miss. Nina just gonna need that big single there.
Nina takes it away. 15s and then bulls, and we will be all tied up going to a decider. Again, the format, if you're just joining us, the ladies play freeze rule 301, cricket, and the deciding leg will be a leg of 501 stacked.
Vicky here, gonna just try to get this other corner pocket in her favor. Finds it with a little extra credit, giving a nod to our good friend Mike.
The power close.
That's it. She closed with authority.
This comeback's going to happen. It's going to have to come back on the bulls. Katie just not having a good leg. Actually, Katie and Megan just off a little bit on this this second leg.
And it's one of those where it's just going like, oh, I missed this way. Tried to correct, missing the other way. If they decide to let them play their game, they're absolutely still in this matchup here. As this diddle will kind of say a lot about the forthcoming leg.
We are at the beautiful Sheraton, North Houston, just outside of George Bush International.
And if you're curious, I learned a lesson. There's 2 Houston airports. I flew into the wrong one this time around.
Are you serious?
This is the first time I've done this. In my last 3 years of streaming, I've always flown the correct airport. This time I flew and I was like, this isn't the airport I was at last time. And I realized immediately my mistake. I got off the plane and that's when I realized it was bad. But let me tell you, Hobby Airport's really nice. Great Stevie Ray Vaughan statue in there. A lot of, yeah, I won't talk about it. There is not a free shuttle from that airport to this hotel like there is from the other one.
I was just going to ask, did you have a rental car or
no.
just take an Uber?
Took an Uber. Took a $40 dum-dum tax is what we call that.
So are you out of the wrong airport as well then?
Oh, yeah, that's usually how it works.
Nice.
Unfortunately, but at least my friend Phil said he was going to give me a ride.
Well, LJ and them are already going out of their way to go to a gas station. I suppose they could give you a ride.
The Disneyland of gas stations, Buc-ee's. Show some respect. They got pecans.
No. You do not add any time to a 15-hour drive to go to a specific gas station.
Unless it's the happiest place in the gassing world. Vicky here looking for that one bull to make this 101 as we vamp away. Vamp away. Right on the outside wire, working on the inside there. Drops the dart, but misses good. Just her equipment and almost gets it, but not quite yet. So this is opportunities where even if you don't win this, if you're thinking, okay, well, the next leg's all fat bull, I want to be feeling good hitting some bulls here. This is free practice.
Robin, are you Dutch? Where are you at? Caleb Hunter rooting on Katie.
Megan just going to continue to try to find that center line there. And really, I mean, we're hugging a lot of wires here, but it's just not going in the direction of either team at this point on the Bulls. Iceland. There you go.
I took a stab with the name. There's a stream that I don't see anymore. Iceland darts.
Oh yeah, they used to have a good one.
Yeah, they had a consistent one. I didn't. I'm not going that far. Ooh, 2 or 3, maybe 4 holes out. Very beatable. Very tieable.
Yeah, that might be a tie. Oh, they said, oh, come on over. Everybody's making runs on over. Oh, we got the official counting maneuver. After analyzing the data, she touched the dart one more time on the other side there. Meaning the dart with the white flight won that. Sanche and Rivas. Looks like they did end up winning that diddle here, and they're going to get the start. Stacked 501 Fat Bull.
Robin. Going on 10 years of regret for the YouTube name.
20 years.
20 years. Thank you.
2005 was 20 years ago. Okay, Dad. Am I allowed to say the dad thing? Is it like only for you and DJ?
No. Yeah.
Well, because I also call LJ my dad.
Yeah. No. You're using it wrong. But yeah, anybody could use dad.
Well, how do you use it?
Well, you say it in a you're an older gentleman kind of a way.
Okay.
I say it like dude. Like I can call you, hey dad, we're up next.
What if we're just calling you an older dude?
Well, yeah, that's how words have multiple meanings. But I can tell by tone how you're using it, and it's not right.
Sorry, Papa.
I'll come down. I got my only dad's hat on me.
Only dad's hat?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Perfect. We know what you're wearing for the interview now.
I fully commit.
Oh, and back to the match here as Nina's going along, and she decided to go for trip 20s instead of the bullseyes there. Personally, and I'll say this no matter if it's women's, non-pro, pro bracket, if it's a fat bull format, you should be dedicated on trying to find that bull unless you're blocked or you need those darts to set up a finish.
Yeah, and a big lead opening up here for Megan and Katie. Megan finally finding some consistency on the bullseye.
And yet another commenter joining in to let us know that Pat Cook's a legend, by the way. I'm telling you, that guy, everyone knows a Pat Cook. And if you're not, you're going to remember Pat Cook. And Joseph saying, nice live stream. I haven't played darts since the medalist days, working and watching the feed. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in and following along. Make sure to hit that follow button so you can stay up to date with all of our live streams. Nina's going to want to leave a finish here. 2 bulls and a decent fallout.
So in this format, OH,
IO.
I knew it was coming, so I paused.
You did.
The entire bull is worth 50, so it's actually a bigger target than the treble 20 to score 50 versus 60. That's why they're scoring there. And to answer your question, Jason, no.
You're not a bad person if you don't fist bump every throw. We were talking about it, and whenever I'm at a tournament, I let the team know, hey, you get one at the beginning, one at the end. If I give you one in the middle, it's something exceptional, but I just don't want to have the social onus of being reminding, hey, I have to give you a fist bump, or I don't have to give you a fist bump. I'd just rather not worry about it and make no offense or slights at all.
Katie, 2 darts for 29. See how she chooses to go here.
You're just taking a moment. It is open out, so just 2 big singles. Try to avoid a bust. That's all you're thinking. Well, that's not exactly the one she wanted. She hugged that wire there, but double 11 it is. And left 11 on the turn, but Nina has to leave a finish on the off chance you go high into the 14. We've seen it before.
Oh, and look at this. Thought she was going to fill it up. It felt like it was coming. But big fat 11 to win this queen seat in this ladies event.
And gets it there. Megan and Katie will get the win and win your queen seat here for the ladies. As, if we actually take a look over here, we currently have that 4th place match underway. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get a better angle on that one and see what's going on, as we're going to get that 3rd place match right after for the Pro-Am bracket here. You can see this is our first look at the team of Playing with a Limp, which is Ram Guevara-led team there, and Johnny Salazar as his partner. So let's see if we can get you guys a decent eagle eye point of view here. And yeah, looks like there's a good chance that this one could be over here if I'm reading that scoreline correctly. Ram throwing a 6.0 in this one. Needs 3 bulls for the finish. Linder Gates leaving the outside opportunity. But death taxes and double bulls for Ram Guevara as he finds 4 there. 6.53. You know what, Ram? I'll allow it. That was just leg number 1, though. My mistake. I didn't know which leg that was. So they're going to get into another leg here. We're going to just kick on the music and let these guys finish it out, and we'll follow with the winner in that 3rd place match. It's just a best of 3. So if Rams team wins this one's over. If Leonard Gates teams wins this, they go into another game there. So we'll be back in just a moment's time. Give us a like. Give us a follow. I'm Nick Sherrod, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call. Time for the third place match here in our Pro-Am bracket in Houston, Texas for our regional tour. This is going to be Leonard Gates and Joe Henrich going up against Team Mexico here. That's the official Team Mexico if you're curious, as this should be a good matchup here. Ram Guevara, your pro singles winner, getting bested by Leonard Gates, the man who fell shy of the finals by Cody Vomstead. Going on a little bit of a mission today, and really, well, yes, you want to get the win today, and that's going to be important. The bigger factor at mind here is making sure if you're Leonard Gates, to be ready for tomorrow with the pro doubles. You want to get your invitational spot out of the way. There's a reason Alex Spellman chose to do a last-minute trip to Florida. He said it plain and clear. If I could get my invitational spot done and dusted, not leave it to chance in Chicago, and not have to worry about it for the rest of the tour, I'm happy. Knowing that he wasn't getting a guaranteed spot as he didn't get the top 4. And Joe frustrated with that first dart there. Does grab 418s on the correction, but a 30-point separation. And Brock, one of the gentlemen we've seen where when he is on, it is brilliant. And has just fallen shy in some of these twilight moments of legs, the moments where you need to be clutch, the moments where Jolie Harder has been collecting. And that's kind of been the difference maker of comparing players like that, where they otherwise have had similar firepower. But Harder has just not fallen off from those high points. You guys are curious? I'm wondering how long it takes Gordon to realize that while he was gone, I was taking all the big chips from his plate to see if he would say anything.
I'd be interested to know if that's conscious for Brock, because he's clearly been playing well to get to the stream, and I'm wondering if there's some, oh my gosh, I'm on the stream anxiety.
Yeah, and that could be a play. I will say, I mean, yes, there is the cameras. You know you're on stream, or you know that there's at least 50-50 if there's 2 matches at the same time. But without the stanchions, the rubber mats, or anything like that on the floor, it's a little easier to also forget you're on the stream as well. And I think he's just waiting for one of those opportunities to say, all right, I'm just going to go and strut my stuff and get in my stride. Brock calls for the switch on Gates to go up to the 20s, but Gates fails to get that close there. Looks like Leonard Gates had a flight change there. I wonder if it's just a color change up. If you're curious, I miss Harder. I also thought these team names were correct. Whoopsie. Sorry, guys. First day producer.
It's Gordon.
Gordon. Thank you for the correction there.
I was just waiting to see how long it took you.
I had my moments.
If you were going to say something.
It's a 2-0 and a race to 2. We were in trouble already.
You're just joining us. We are watching the loser takes third match in the Pro-Am doubles. Following this, we'll see where we are with the ladies.
Currently playing a 7th, 8th, and a 5th, 6th right now.
And then ultimately catching up with our amateurs. Have we found Jesse yet? That's what I want to know.
We saw him in the background earlier. I believe, if anything, if you're terrified if you're playing against him, he proclaimed to the darting gods he's going to be in the championship.
Yeah, no. That's why I wanted to check in, see where he's at, see how he's doing.
I want to do investigative journalism.
Lost art. That's all I'm going to say about that.
He was on the run, lost in the top 8 winners side. Is currently waiting.
That was not the last name that I remember.
That's the only Jesse I see in that bracket. Unless he's playing the Pro-Am.
Was he playing the Pro-Am?
He could. That's the other possibility. Let's see. What was the last name? Oh, that's
I
only
thought it
Jesse.
was Villa. Thought it started with a V.
Well, in either case, the only Jesse that's in the brackets by that name is currently sitting in the 9th through 12th. So,
Well, we're going to expand the investigative opportunity here after this by panning around the room.
oh, look at that. Brock giving us some stuff after finding that big 9 mark there. Team Mexico might get a 1-0 lead in this race to 2. And Esmeralda, I absolutely agree. Hoppy as an airport is way easier to navigate than IAH, which I know is now a different airport.
Yeah, the whole different names thing.
Throws me off every time.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm so proud. I was like, man, I got a great deal on this flight, too. Like, I felt like I figured something out as Frank Z does get it there. And a 1-0 lead for Team Mexico.
Yeah, great shot there and great way to use the start. Never really in danger there in that leg. Brock and Frank both doing their job.
And I think it's fair to say, while we have never really seen Leonard Gates fall off the wagon completely, he has not been in his top form so far.
No, I think he would certainly agree with that. And there we see one of those slack turns from Brock.
You can see his better half Ginger in the background trying to look over around Brock.
Yeah, Leonard's other half, not Brock's.
Correct. Just trying to look over Brock. Good distinction. And Frank having a little bit of trouble finding that 18. Kind of a wash of a turn there, as Leonard Gates is one of those guys that's just going to try to go up there and hit a white horse, continue to move the game along.
Oh, and you see the Leonard shoulder there. Finds the triple.
And Leonard Gates, I mean, one of those guys that's been at the top of the North American game for the better part of a decade and a half now, I would say. I remember when I was getting to the game about 10 years ago, he was the guy. And he still has been that guy ever since. It's hard to maintain that level of consistency at the top of the game. But he's been able to do so, and consistently proving himself to be a contender, whether it be the World Seniors Tour, any of the North American Tours, or occasionally the World Championship.
Gates looking to close it out right here. Treble 15. You see the bowling swing there. You got the leg up, the hips out. But, I think they're going to be safe on this one.
And no real harm there. It doesn't really change anything. If I'm Joe, I'm just starting with these two 15s. It doesn't even matter getting the points here first, as you have the 3 numbers and the bulls. Grabs the 15s. Single 20 will suffice. Bullseye if you're cool. Or add an extra turn. Make them work.
Yeah, when I catch the fish, I like to watch them flop around on the boat a little bit.
Oh, is that
before
it?
Before
a little masochistic of you.
Yeah, before I finish them off.
For any of our PETA friends in chat, that was a joke. He doesn't know how to fish.
You're fighting words. for a fellow Ohioan. You know we fish.
You know we fish. That's a good team name. As it is 1-1 here, and now we are on to the diddle for the middle.
All right, 2 holes in, very beatable. And Gates does
By 1.
by 2.
By 2.
So we will start up the deciding leg of cricket with Gates getting us started. We haven't seen any better than a 5 open from him, but we have seen a single mark open from him.
He said, I want to take that personally.
Going to talk him right into a 9 mark.
Taking a page out of the Ram Guevara opening book. Hit them all. Tyler saying Nick's never been fishing in his life. You're banned. I'm kidding you. You can stay. Look at this. Joe backing him up immediately. Finds the 19s is going to continue to push along here. With Brock only starting off with a lax turn of his own, Frank has all the pressure in the world to not only try to find a 9, but then hope that Leonard's Gates doesn't go and continue to push the envelope. That's well outside. He needs to settle that dart. Does do so. But that's just not going to feel like enough.
Ooh, and he gives back a little bit. Only 2 marks there. But Brock really needs to pile in these 18s. Gotta think he needs at least a 9 to put a lot of pressure on Joe. Gets 7, so he does take the point lead.
It's enough to give you a little bit of hopes and dreams, right? It's just enough to be like, all right, we have a chance trying to force an error out of Joe. And that might be in the cards here. Now, this is a situation where Frank has been doing some interesting shot selection. He needs to go for a big closing round here. At least grab the 20s and 19s if possible. If he goes and pounds on the 18s with Leonard Gates behind, I feel like you're going to lose that momentum you just gained.
Yeah, I would have liked at least a dart to start on the 20s. Again, I will do silly things to get that 20 out of the way, especially to take it out of a hand. Out of the hands of an operator like Leonard Gates.
You can see everyone kind of looked over to the side there. There was a big women's match win in the background, I'm pretty sure, as from the roars and celebrations. Or maybe it was an amateur match. In either case, there was a very intense match going on that caught the attention of everybody as I heard the roars out in the hall. We're not close, so if we can hear it, something's happening.
Brock continuing to work on those 18s. Trying to open up a free shot for his partner, Frank. But Joe doing much better here.
Again, another opportunity. This is a 44-point difference. I want to see start the 20. If you hit a single, you stay for the close and then go back to the 18. If you trip on the first start, do the same strategy with the 19s. Instead, he's choosing to start the 18s here. The long game against Leonard Gates is just a hard one to play.
Yeah, 116-point lead against the guy that opened with the 9 mark on the 20s. It's just a dangerous game until
something like that
Leonard
happens.
Until Leonard finds it. But I tell you what, Leonard not making him pay for letting him tee off on the 20s.
And there does find the 20s and the 19s, and Brock giving a little bit of stuff on the shot there. And if you are going to play for the point, again, you're hoping for an error from your opponent in that situation. That error happened, and then they capitalize on it. Credit where credit's due.
Yep, and then they jumped on it. So exactly what they were looking for. I wasn't convinced that it was coming. They stuck with it. Cheers to them. And when the moment arose, Brock finally came through.
This is another big moment here. Frank finds that first out of the 18s. Really wants to get these 17s closed here. Doesn't grab it. Is a little bit ahead here, enough where a 9 mark will not be able to get the point lead and the close, or an 8 mark effectively.
Yeah, but you got to think Gates do.
Gates don't. And now Brock, I mean, I'm all I'm thinking about is just get these 17s away here. Those first 18s have been going in the trip for him pretty consistently. I understand that, but I think the bigger value was getting close and forcing Joe to find another number to get. Might not matter, though. You can see the frustration on Joe's face. Good course correction. Needs another one of those.
And it gives it an aw shucks as he goes and collects those darts.
Frank's friend in the background pantomiming to go for the close there to Frank. He was there watching his singles final last night. Frank started at that close, but bailed out pretty quick with the 1 mark on it. You could have probably stayed, but I understand the reluctancy there.
Yeah, and Leonard Gates again at the board with an opportunity to flip this deciding leg on its head.
Just 2 singles so far. And does use that dart to his advantage for the trip. 3 points down. This is a 1-2-3 kind of shot. 2 singles at the 17 and then grab the 18s. Stays for 6 though. And that's fine because you're putting the pressure on Joe. 111 point difference. 555 plays 666. The harder school of thought. If you're going to do it, you have to know you're going to hit 6.
Frank again comes to the board up in points. Only needs 2 17s to close. I do not understand that. I like the start on the 18. I don't mind that at all. But needing only 2 fat darts to close your opponent out, not leaving them a 9 mark behind you, which you got to give to Gates, at least the capability.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. The benefit of staying for 6 versus 3 and then 2 singles is just not as much, especially because Leonard Gates can pop a 9 at any point in time. Just not that one.
Yeah, you see him throw his hands up like, just on the outside.
And finally, finds that closed there. And now Joe's going to have to find a new playground. That's the right time where you want to do it. Put the pressure on the amateur player. You can see Leonard Gates talking strategy with the partner here, saying, hey, what's your approach? I'm curious what Gates is advising here.
Yeah, especially with, I don't think you can assume that that Frank's not going to come up from behind on this one. Oh,
And Frank has an opportunity to close both these corner pockets now because the 16s weren't even grabbed. If Joe closed those 16s, I wouldn't be surprised if Frank goes up for a trip on the 18 to start. That's what he does almost every time. Now he can go right at it. Beautiful shot. That is a beautiful shot there. Team Mexico now in pole position to go to the final for a rematch of that seat match. This is your moment, Brock Garza. One more bull. Grabs it there, and you can see the celebration, giving a little bit of stuff on it. And you can see the fist bump there and the handshakes from Joe and Leonard, who fell short at the end. Another third-place finish for Leonard Gates so far this weekend. He's not going to be happy with that as a guy that could easily also clean sweep most events he's at. Next match here is going to be, well, the final of that Pro-Am bracket. It's going to be Harder and Chris going up against Team Mexico. And then after that, we'll get that ladies' third place and finals, and then we'll resume with the amateur bracket. So just give us a moment here. We're going to get those players on over to the board, give them that quick couple minutes to get their drinks freshened up and those darts tuned in. And make sure you guys are tuned in for that final. Be back in just a moment's time. It's finals time here in Houston, Texas for our Pro-Am doubles bracket here. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon on the call for what should be a good showing here, Gordon.
Yeah, I think we do have the two best teams here. Doesn't always work out that way, but we finally saw the grit from Brock to polish off that last one against Soldier, and of course, Harder and Caballero playing well wire to wire today. Harder, obviously, I think the standout between these four players, but Chris doing a great job of filling in the holes.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been making a complimenting team through and through. But I am happy to see, like you said, Brock really stepping up to the plate in the third place match, hitting those clutch shots, giving them a little bit of celebration here or there. Because when we saw them have that 3-0 loss in the seat match, we knew that there was more to that story. And we got to see some of that tape play out right here on our screens.
Yeah, the double dip, always a tough ask, but getting the very first leg may set the tone. So, won the cork, Brock getting us underway, and so far so good.
Yeah, it should be a good showing here. If you're Harder, you're trying to just repeat another big performance, but this time get the finals win. He was just shy of getting to that seat match in the semis against Ram Guevara. Now, Chris is going to make a stand on these 18s. Does course correct pretty well. Another one of those would do him kindly. Reduces it to a 16-point difference here. But now Brock averaging a 6 so far. It raises that average on that turn to 6.67.
Goalie, great 7 mark.
Oh, but Frank finding a big one now, supporting Brock nice and well. If you're hitting that combined 11 territory, you know you're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, big shots back to back here. Chris needs to find a new number. Some more points. He's going to do it. Oh.
Looked good on the last there, was trying to stack it up with those other flights. But Brock with opportunity, just going to grab these 216s and move along. I don't understand that start at the 20 there. 2 big 16s, and then after that, you could choose to either pad or go for that closing dagger on the 15. Instead, came up with a nothing sandwich, and Harder has an opportunity for a 9 mark. And these are the moments where he's really been exceptional.
Yeah, when these doors have opened, Harder has walked through more often than not.
You almost expected it to go in after the first.
I would love to see him take the 20 away right here. Oh, he doesn't do it, doesn't find, not full punishment there.
Frank just going to go ahead and move along here instead. And it does take advantage and, of course, corrects the Team Mexico ship there a little bit.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why Frank and Brock feel the need to go straight for points. It almost feels like a reflex. Oh, it's my turn. Points first. When the only thing that they can do to live on is score points on these open numbers. Chris does take a whack at the 20.
That was the right shot there. His instinct, he stopped himself mid-throw to throw the 3 in the bed on the 15s. That's the right area to take that swing, and that's a costly dart. You could tell that was rushed from Brock. Harder now has a golden opportunity to take away the 20s and get the point leads on the 15. You can do both in this turn. That would be incredible on where they're at in this leg. But some rare misses. Now finding the triple twos with ease. He's frustrated on that turn, and he should be. He's been hitting those.
Yeah, back-to-back turns. He's had a big opportunity. Finds one of the darts that he needs.
And Frank does a good job on cleanup duty there. That was a crisis averted for Team Mexico.
Yeah, no, they did their very best. Mostly Brock to really bottle this leg, but now back in the driver's seat.
Brock's just going to go ahead and get these 3 bulls to push it along here.
At least he should. I wasn't convinced that there wasn't going to be a 20 in there somewhere.
Well, we were talking about that, and I have to think that maybe it's just something in their game that tells them, oh, I need to hit this point versus a comfort dart. Like, if anything, it's not even habitual. It's just the idea of that comfort. And I don't agree with the decision-making more often than not with when they're shooting them. While points do win games, there's also ways to use your marks efficiently. And while a triple somewhere else might not be a triple, triple on one segment might not be a triple somewhere else, at the end of the day, you have to take your chances when you have them. You have to dictate the pace of the game and not leave your opponent the options to choose.
And this is the first time that we've seen some
Hardship from Harder?
Yeah, liability. Unfortunately, though, this is not the first time that we've seen slow play from Brock. They're going to get away with just an X on that 20. I said they're going to get away with only having an X on that 20. Chris following up with a 2 mark as well.
Yeah, bare minimum start there after the opportunity. And Frank, you got to admit, his output of marks per round is still incredible at the moment as he does find a 3 in the bed in the 19s. He's definitely been hitting what he's aiming at. That's darts.
I don't know if this is a little drop off because of sitting or what, but we see Harder finally finding a couple of triples there. Kind of expect him to shake it off, but how many legs are they going to let go by before it happens? Brock wakes up, finds 7 of his own.
Now Chris is just going to fight right on back, looking for 4 marks on the 20 to be able to have that point lead. That's a good spot on that treble. A little too good. He overcorrected almost. You just had to throw that dart the same.
Just not able to follow it. That's one of those, as a dart player, if it's a triple miss, it's a bad turn. If he'd have gone 1-1, triple 20, he'd have been thankful that he found it.
It's a matter of perspective. It's like the idea of being able to get into the snack room. You know, we all should have access, but it's about how you got in there that made the difference.
For sure. For sure. And at some point, you want to stop asking questions because you don't know if you want the answers.
The snack room or the dart game.
Yeah, there he is. Again, this feast or famine. Brock Garza. This point is feasting. Looking to go 2-0 up.
And if they can get a clean 3-0 jump on the team that 3-0'd to them and reset this match, they're going to be happy about that opportunity.
Just to let everyone know, we are keeping an eye on the ladies as well as the amateur bracket. We'll be following both of those throughout the remainder of the day as we finish off this Pro-Am bracket.
Jeremy saying, good afternoon, Nick. Well, hi, Jeremy. How you doing? Robin saying, fun watch. Thanks for streaming. Thank you to our Icelandic friend. Forgotten Native America says, Modus is switching over to exclusively on Pluto TV. And I can't find the Modus Super Series on the app. Is anyone having this problem? I don't know. I'm here watching darts at BullShooter. But, yeah, big announcement for him. And happy for the Modus Series, Super Series to continue to find success.
Yeah, James, this is part of a tournament series, actually, that usually starts in late September and runs through March-ish with the final event in Chicago, Memorial Day weekend. We've got some tour stops left. We'll drop the link there in the chat. But we'll be in Ohio here in a couple of weeks. A week later, we'll be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We'll be back to Texas and San Antonio. And then word on the street, on the BullShooter streets, is Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha
Is also coming up before the end of this 39th tour. Omaha High-Low, one of my favorite poker games.
Never was an Omaha guy. I was always just Texas Hold'em through and through. That's a 2-0 lead for Team Mexico in this one. And Frank leading the pack to the 4.93. He's and you see that. And he truly is an AM that has been increasing his game in the last 12 months. And you can tell by the output of performance that he's throwing well.
We lost some of the chats. I think somebody asked if these were open events. They are. No qualifying. Now the Chicago tournament, there's some qualifying elements to that one. We also have something called the BullShooter Invitational that is going on 4 years running, where winners of some of the events, the singles for men and women, and the doubles for men, or in the open, get you qualified for that. So lots of opportunities to play some darts attached to this tournament series.
Boy, do I love darts. Yummy, yummy darts. Carter does find the 17s there, starting to show more of his form from earlier. Again, you mentioned it best, but he really hadn't struggled up until this match. I think we've seen from any of his performances yesterday or today.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if it was a little bit of atrophy just sitting around. Well, I can't think of a better thing to do. There does come challenges with winning the king seat in a double elimination tournament. Chris looking back for encouragement and or direction.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with either of his darts at the 18 there. If it's feeling that uncomfortable, there's a reasonable argument to just take the 16 or 15 and forego blocking the X, although blocking the X, of course, the preferred shots.
There it is, a slack turn from Frank.
And Harder just going to go ahead and continue to push the envelope along here. Now, Brock having one of those feast or famine moments like you mentioned. 1.5 is far from where we've seen him play.
Well, the good news for Team Mexico is they did get 2 legs before this kind of drop off, and Harder starting to play a little bit better, which is a great place to be because this next leg they are going to go first, regardless. They don't have to win a cork. They're going to have a chance to serve this out. Now they end up getting beat going second. Or they end up getting beat, from the 2-hole from Harder and Chris. Then it's going to be a little bit more difficult because then they're going to have cork, and we're going to start over again. But they will get that opportunity in the next leg, regardless if they don't make this giant comeback here.
Yeah, and you expect this leg to go on the board for Harder and Chris at the moment, and you can see the absolute frustration Brock is feeling right now. He needs the mental reset. This leg's a done and dusted leg. I would go even as far to say do the Kyle Liddicky special. Throw a couple 20s up there and say, you know what, it's time for the next one. Get yourself a reset. You have to have a short memory in darts, and right now you don't want this leg sticking with you to the next one when you played so well in the first 2.
There it is, Chris closing us out here in the 3rd leg. 4th leg, Team Mexico, and Brock to go first. Brock averaging less than 2 marks a turn in the last leg. Needs to start off big. Put the pressure on Jolie to start. Threading the needle on the 3rd. What a dart.
Really just taking that extra moment to pace himself here. You see, getting that extra composure. He's always good about self-pacing, but that one felt like an extra pause there, knowing he wants to go ahead and get a big start here. He does not want this to go to a second set. These are situations Frankie Z loves. Just go ahead and point it up on this turn. You don't need to do anything fancy.
Yeah, 140 points.
Just give that number, give that man a number to point on and let him run with it.
And another 7 mark.
So now Harder's just going to continue with the 7 streak. Brock did raise his average from that last leg, but only at a 4.5 when everyone else is at 7s. They're all just trying to show off. You going to take that personally, Brock? Taking the swing here. And the 7 streak continues in the bad way, as he really wanted that one to go.
Oh, unlucky. Bad kick there on the 3rd dart. So now 23-point lead in this free roll for Team Mexico. Trying to take the first set in this finals match. Team Mexico is coming out of the losers bracket. There again, we see a switch. No shot at the 18s. Takes the smaller 17. $50-point deficit for Frank. So a treble 17 will give him a shot at the 19 if he wants it.
Oh, he floated that dart a little bit there, you can tell.
Yeah, I wonder if he's of a couple of minds there. Frank has been pretty dang solid on staying straight.
Do you like that Frank's wearing the Westco jersey again? That Nick West Frank Z match from NDA Team Dart this last year was an absolute thriller. Honestly, one of our classics, I think. That and the vintage Kenny Doyle run we got, where I'm not kidding you, Kenny in 6 different legs in a row and 6 different deciders hit a ton plus finish against the darts. It was one of the most incredible things, and Nico and all these other guys from Germany were stunned at the Kenny Doyle performance. We made a highlight reel just of Kenny's outs from how many he hit in a row.
Big shot there from Brock. Bringing this one back into focus.
Frank, he loves to stay on the number once he finds it. He finds all of them there. 3 in the bread. Frank collects big there, and they're really showing some stuff. Team Mexico firing on all cylinders in this leg. And really, all teams firing on all cylinders in this leg. Credit where credit's due.
Nice shot from Chris. Look at the standard here. Everybody getting a little piece of this one.
This is a deserving finals leg. You can see Brock giving a little bit of a smile and a point there on that last start.
9-mark opportunity. We keep building up harder. He hasn't walked through those opportunities just yet in this match. You see Brock celebrating after the first dart goes awry. He knows that was an opportunity. How many 17s does Frank need to be safe here?
Oh, big single on this last. You saw his eyes double check. He wasn't sure for a second there, but decides to stay up. Good shot nonetheless. Again, I would just prefer the inverse order. 2 single 18s and then trip that 17. But hey, each their own, I guess.
Well, they do have to double dip. So protecting a lead. There's a little something to that. Chris just not getting anything going, and that should just about do it here. Brock with a serviceable shot. And that is not what he was looking for.
Now, Harder still has to find the 9 to make that hurt. But if he finds it, it all of a sudden gives you a breath of life that you might not have had. Helps the cause, but doesn't win the fight. And Frank taking the Donna Caddy school of thought and nailing those 17s like they did something to him.
Yeah, the 17's free right now for Frank. Chris struggled on the 16s the last time, but he's going to get another whack at him here.
Moving over, try to throw into his dart there. You can see that one goes high. At this point, you're bailing out to the 15 if you feel blocked like this. And that's why. Now, Brock, nice and simple shot here. Big single 16. And then trip the 15, or vice versa.
And then we just see these times where Brock just kind of turns off. You can't always say that it, like right now, it kind of looks more like you're kind of taking the foot off the pedal. But in some of the scenarios, you think it might be pressure driven.
And that's the thing with Brock. I mean, when he's good, he really is good. Like, he obviously has the throw to be able to do some serious damage in any bracket he's in. But it's those small things that you really just have to dial in that make you the X factor. Because I'll be honest, overall, Frank's been playing the best as far as marks per round.
Absolutely, and the most consistent for sure. So, Brock going to step up here. Looking to close out this set. And the double dip is on. First set to Team Mexico. We see those go back to zeros. We're going to have a cork. We're going to get this next set underway.
Team Lysak out in 7th, 8th on the women's doubles side there. So hey, I had some pretty good calls. Again, I'm going to take my top 6s. I had that for my Bobby Pratt, Derek Hinkle. He's giving me a scold because he doesn't know how to fish. But, this is some interesting matchups. He doesn't know how to fish. I don't know how to fish.
Gosh,
I don't fish.
We've just lowered the bar so far on where our picks finish.
Okay, that's fair.
Come on, they entered the event. I said they would.
Okay, but I'm not the guy that was, while doing my invitational shootout picks, had a Fern next to me and didn't pick Randy Fern. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He was right there.
That was a giant omission for sure.
Uh-oh. That's not good. It looks like there might be some internet-related issues in the hall. I do know we are having some in here. Funnily enough, despite the fact that I was having trouble loading up internet pages, the stream stayed up the whole time. I even checked on my phone halfway through. So you guys have been hanging out with us. They're going to figure that out real quick. You can see that's Christian, our interviewer here at Arachnid, coming up to help fix the issue here. He's just going to go ahead and get everything adjusted. He's going to do the good old-fashioned, oh, that didn't work. Let me go ahead and hit the restart button. They're just going to work on that real quick here. Gonna let them do a quick little tech pause here while they get that fixed, and we'll kick on the tunes. This should only take about a minute or two, folks, and then we'll be right back to the match. So we'll be back in just a second here. Sorry for that quick technical pause. We just had to jump over to the sideboard. That's why we have 2 streaming boards, folks. Otherwise, that would have put us out of commission for a final, but here we go. Part 2 of this showing here. This should be a good one as we got Harder and Chris going up against Team Mexico. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon once again.
So this is the deciding set. Team Mexico taking the first set from the losers bracket, giving Harder and Caballero their first loss. The patchy play from Brock Garza. See if he can tighten that up to pull off the double dip here.
I dip, you dip, we dip. Still going to be that race to 3 format, folks, so anything is possible, especially when you're on an ice board. Way better than those fire boards. You want ice in your veins. I'll say still drives me bonkers when I hear the ice board versus fireboard versus what segment color am I looking at, because if you're thinking about that too much, you're probably not hitting much at all. And in fact, if anything, I've heard more people that have red-green color blindness actually happy of the inclusion of the dartboard.
Yeah, it's just one more thing for dart players to be concerned with. We see a big white horse there from Jolie. Okay. That was legit.
Thank you. There's only a couple things I know in life. It's not how to spell, and it is making horse noises.
I didn't know what the other one was going to be. I knew horse noises was coming. I just didn't know what the other one was going to be.
The fun is in not knowing. Yeah, Spencer, it is still a race to 3. So you'll see that with some double elimination tournament formats where they have a winner's side and the loser's side formats. And typically you would revert to the amount of losses in that format. Pretty uniquely to BullShooter, they stick with the same. If you're in the finals, the winner's format's the winner's format. I don't know if there's other circuits I've seen that with. Tyler in the chat saying Nick scared his commentator partner off his saddle, which is kind of crazy because you just started standing up too. So I was wondering, I was like, is he in the room with us?
They got eyes on it. And the only thing I can say, that Brock's inconsistency. I mean, I don't know enough about Brock. I don't see him often enough. I clearly know that that he can hit what he's aiming at a lot. I'm just wondering if it's that throw and all of the moving parts and the lean back and the elbow,
body twist,
the body twist. All of those things need to line up. And there's a popular phrase with Steel Tip where they call him a first dart merchant, where if the first dart goes where they're aiming, then that's easy to follow. That seems to be the tale for Brock. As we see Jolie taking this first leg pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, 6.6 is going to be fine work there. Even with the last performance of a 2.33 from his partner, Chris, it doesn't matter when you're dictating the flow like that. Brock's going to be looking to try to contest this. And here's my question to you. Frank has been the more consistent player between the two. Would you have had him go first on the team?
Yeah, I probably would have made that switch probably 6 legs ago at the start of this match. But some of it, again, comes down to confidence. And if that's not something that Brock is comfortable with, then you don't want to kind of compound the concern.
Yeah, if you're Frank, you're not asking, hey, Brock, do you want me to go first? Brock has to make that decision. Otherwise, your partner's going to be like, really? You don't think I can start? You don't want to get into those waters either. It's the same thing. When I'm at a blind draw, and I don't know the person, and they don't know me, and we got each other in the blind draw. If they ask me who should go first, I will always say myself, or vice versa. If no one says anything, I will walk up, or if they do, I want to let them do their thing. It's about the confidence of going first more than anything else. The state of mind, if you will. I'm glad that the chat is keeping track of my horse noises over the last couple of months. That started at the Filthy Assassin Throwdown, and the only reason I've continued to do those horse noises is because Ryan Keith AI generated me in a horse onesie, and then started spreading that around the internet. So here we are. At least I don't have to say "Boom Goes the Dynamite." All right.
Oh, but you did.
Okay. Well, that's not even a boom. That was a "Boom Goes the Janitor" with an 8 mark there. Take notes. We got new catchphrases. Back to the match is the only Gordon approved one so far.
No. It's the only one that I've understood.
Because it's from Ryan Mooneyham, the classiest of all the other ones. If he starts hee-hawing, you've gone too far.
Big last. Big last there from Chris.
This is an important turn here. This is one of those, you have to hit a defending shot here or else you're at risk of a big lead. And there, he does do the aggressive look, but Harder has an opportunity now to gain control. You can't risk a 2-0 down position here when you just fought so hard to win that first match 3-1.
Yeah, this would definitely be a letdown if they go down 2-0 in this one. We've been talking about Harder and him taking advantage of these opportunities. He seems to be back. 7-3-3. He was in the 6s in the last leg. I was curious if it was kind of that king seat atrophy. Back comes Frank, filling it up, piling a half of the 18s.
Yeah, as far as for the entirety of this match, Frank's getting the MVP for individual performance.
Oh, and he's kept him in it. Chris only able to find 2. So Brock with an opportunity to maintain the throw here.
Needs to pop the 17. You can't do that switch. I mean, you do, and you find that single, but you just got to stay determined. You're forcing yourself to jump around a little bit more than you need to there. Just risky. You don't want to play with fire here.
Yeah, literally, if I told you were only going to get 1 mark, would you want the 18 or the 17 in that position? That's what the question you have to ask yourself. And it should be the 17 all day long. So even if you miss into the 3, that next one should fire right back into that 17.
Yeah, it's always good to tell yourself, all right, this is my plan of action. This is what I want to accomplish in this turn. This is the bare minimum I need to accomplish. This is what I want, and this is what I'm going to actually do. That's your line of thinking when you're doing your shot selection here. Good find there. Gets a 1-point lead and still keeps him in the leg here. Brock's going to need to get the point lead back and the close. This should be just a classic 1-2-3. Single for single for single. Oh, now it's not. He let everyone know in the hall what he felt about that dart.
Yeah, I don't think Jolie's going to let that one slip.
Might.
Yeah, certainly not what I thought was going to happen.
I expected a single for trip or 2 singles to get at least 1 look upstairs.
The Captain Consistency. Chief Z. It's a 9er.
Truly, I mean, again, we have questioned Frank's shot selection, but the amount of output he is throwing in his darts is incredible.
Yeah, I saw they're selling buckets out there. Brock's going to have to pony up if they pull this one off.
Oh, went for the close on the last dart, going outside on the Maloney double.
Yeah, I don't completely hate it. You're going to need Brock and them to miss anyways.
You mean saying Frank is a pro today? He is a pro after yesterday as well with that great performance that gave him runner-up in the singles as well. I do believe that is his first time on the pro list. Oh, no. Nothing happened, enough substance there. Frank should be able to just go ahead and clear this one up. No question of mind. Make this a 1-to-1 affair.
Yeah, Frank has just completely yanked this away from Jolie and Chris.
We were almost at a 2-0 advantage. I mean, we were talking about it like, can't happen like this, and then it didn't. Jolie said, "Really, you're not gonna hit the button?" Looks like they're having a little bit of banter. Brock's like, I got it. I
Thought they were switching.
was wondering what that was.
I thought that might have been why.
Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe. That could have been the option. I'm not sure. There was definitely a...
Was that a passive-aggressive Frank? Like, don't you want to go change the board?
I'm not going to hit that button.
I don't know either of those guys.
These hands throw 6-0s. They don't hit buttons.
Oh, are you going first?
Brock does find a 5 to answer Jolie's 5. And I feel like the man we kind of been glazing over in this matchup is Chris, right? I mean, he has been absolutely doing a good job supporting Harder in their efforts, especially during that King Seat match. But has definitely not been the tone setter at most of the pivotal points. But you don't have to be. If your partner says, I need you to just get 4 here, 3 here, whatever it is, he's been pretty consistently finding those rounds.
Yeah, filling in the holes. I mean, that really should be what the amateur's job is all day. Frank going above and beyond today for Team Mexico. We keep bragging up Jolie, but a couple of the opportunities that they had, he just did not step through that we've seen him do pretty much all day. Big 9 marks, back to back 9-8s to close teams out.
And all these gentlemen, except for Chris, are on the pro list after yesterday with Frank joining the likes. If Chris and Harder do win this out, Chris will join the pro list as the first place team. The amateur does move up to pro. And Dennis asking how many places in the open make the pro list? Top 3.
Good to know.
And if you're 2 amateurs and you win the Pro-Am, which has happened last year in Tennessee, with Mason Sasser, the 15-year-old on that team with Kelly Thornton, only 1 amateur moves up because it's only supposed to be 1 spot upgraded, and you choose.
Not it.
Mason volunteered. He's like, I'm 15. I can do whatever I want. Be young and confident and cocky. And deservingly so. Mason Sasser is a good shot, even though he likes to... always struggle when he plays against me. I don't know.
I was wondering if Frank was going to try to boss another leg. Taking some outside shots.
I definitely think so far towards the this portion of the final, his shot selection is a lot more agreeable with the opportunities he's been taking, where he's been going. I wonder if that was a conversation between him and Brock.
Ooh, I really like this shot. Really like that shot, snagging the 17. Even though you're down in points, right next door to the number you need to close. It is 1-all, but Brock again, just struggling enough that makes him move around the board. He almost pulled it off, though. He almost rose to the occasion. Chris needs to find some 18s and a big fat 19. Retake control. Misses by 2 numbers. And just plugs in the 19.
And this is the type of moments where, I mean, it's 1-1, but it's a race to 3. And if you lose this leg, you're going to get the start in the next. This is the moment where you take some big risks. You try to get yourself to match point first. That's the whole point of what I'm doing here. I want to get aggressive. I want to take those swings. And Frank, that was the most aggressive we've seen him play yet.
No, it really was. I fully expected all 16s there and maybe a whack at the 18.
But the question is, can Jolie hit the 7 mark here? 7 mark meaning that 4 16s and a 15 was the requisite shot he was looking for.
Wow, and he doesn't find a treble. So Brock. Oh, he does it. Takes the 15, chucks it up at the 16, and does not get it. Yeah. Again, just eye off the prize.
That was an audible womp womp almost from that last start there, as he even kind of gave himself a wow. It's just one of those things where he just moves quick with his throw, and it got away from him a little bit. Is it going to be costly? It is going to at least cost 96 points so far. Frank can still revert from that crisis, but that was definitely a disparaging moment for Brock that he needs to, again, forget about in the next throw.
Well, and Frank can't take the lead after that first start and close him out.
I think I take the 4-3. I think I pop the single 16, take the 4-3 on the
100%. 100%.
If you're going to stay, you better find a triple. He did. 36-point difference there, putting it at 1 trip needed. So a 6 mark is the question now on Harder.
Yeah, but the guy you didn't want stepping up there, just feel like the law of averages said he's going to hit this.
You would like to agree with you, Gordon. What a clutch dart there.
Yeah, they just played with fire so many times in this leg. Finally burned them. They did a lot of good work to come back going second. And Brock sprays him around. Does get the close on the 16.
28-point separation here. 5-3 on the Bulls. There's 2 of the 3. And there's the third one. Harder and Chris, 2-1 advantage, and on match point here in this final set of the Pro-Am doubles.
Yeah, that double bull will drop your shoulders so fast. You're like, oh, maybe if he misses, he hit a double bull.
And again, a womp womp heard around the world. Oh no, Brock cannot do this in this moment. He needs to get this close. And that's a huge find and recovery on that last dart.
Yeah, steps to the right, fires it in there.
Conversation about if we play 0-1 here in the States. Actually, tomorrow is pretty much all 0-1 for us. And it's going to be more traditional in that split bowl 0-1 as well. And I see a comment here talking about the mix of cricket and 0-1 matches. That's actually yesterday's format. Is called a combo format, or better known as a Chicago format, is where that term originated from. I don't know. Jim Mounts made a video on it. That's not true. I would have watched it if you did.
I don't. I thought Chicago was 501 cricket 301.
Yeah, that's the original version of Chicago, but the 0-1 cricket mix is more so what I was referring to, is the Chicago format. You're right, though. I was a little bit wrong. It was close.
I'm sure you know what it means to be close.
What does that mean?
It's only good in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, well, close is like close, and that's something I tried to do in darts. Close numbers.
Ooh. It's about time to sew up this stream today.
Ooh, not the turn that Harder had envisioned here. He's going to have to stay and drill that 19 down the middle. Does do so. Good correction. But Frank, seemingly the man of the hour in this match. closes with authority there, down 10 points. It leaves your 20 vulnerable. I don't mind it in normal situations except for the 20, like you would say it's everyone's favorite number.
Yeah, normally, if this was 19s open, you have 18s, or you need a new number. I would go to the next, like Chris is doing here. Well, if you're just going to chuck them all in there, then it doesn't matter what order or what you decide to do. I would have started on the 20s in that specific situation, but Chris comes up huge with basically an opportunity to finish the match here with a giant 9 mark. I haven't been keeping track of all of the 9 marks from each of these players, but what a time to hit one of his 9 marks on the day.
Again, he's kind of been one of those players that in this matchup we probably talked about and highlighted the least. It's because he's most consistently filling his role. There's no real questions about it. And while that is just it feels like a bare minimum turn, at the end of the day, that's all that matters there. You have the point lead, and now you have a 2-number advantage going into the corner pockets.
Yep. Check. Job done. We've seen explosive turns from Frank. Not quite what he had in mind there. But the MVP of what could be the deciding leg here, Chris steps up to the plate. Oof, I hate that dart.
And he moves back to the triple because he must have hated it too.
My, oh my.
Brock needs the last stand at these 15s. Needed to find 5 at the minimum on the turn, but realistically, he needed all he could get.
Yeah, thought better of just chucking that last one away. Took a step back. Did fire in a good dart, but doesn't find the treble. And 3 bulls away now from the title. Harder and Caballero.
Oh, he wanted to get it done there. He expected to get it done there. And while Harder, I will say, up until the finals, was giving the same level of performance that had started to taper, Chris has done a good job of filling in the gaps, man. I mean, they made a good team together here. And honestly, so did Frank and Brock. It was just Brock at these moments of inconsistency and Frank with some of the shot selection. If they dial that in, I mean, this match went this long for a reason, right?
Chris playing with his food a little bit here. Not able to close it out. Just too much to do here for Brock. 6 bulls would ask some questions, but I think they'd be answered. you see the
Him and Frank celebrating that one.
Yeah, the fake celebration there on 3 bulls. 1 bull here for Jolie to take the title.
Well,
Huh?
there we go.
Yeah,
Gets it there. Everyone's like, come on, we know you got it. And some love and respect between these players. Jolie Harder and Chris do get that win there. And Frank, 2 for 2 for finals, 0 for 2 in those wins. He's going to feel a little frustrated, but you can see even Brock's doing the lean back. They're all having fun. A lot of respect between these guys here on the board through and through. So here's your updates, folks. Currently, I don't know. I'm going to confirm because I know we were having some internet issues if the current bracket position is correct. But we should still be getting the end of that ladies bracket and then the tail end of that men's doubles 0-1 bracket here. So going to go ahead and give us a moment. We're going to get everything figured out and sorted. We do appreciate each and every one of you for tuning along with us so far. If you are watching right now on any of our platforms, make sure to give us a follow, especially if you're on Facebook. Go over to that YouTube platform where we have so much content coming out here for darts alike. BullShooter Sports Network on YouTube or USA Darts on YouTube. Give us some love. I'm sure joined by Gordon Dixon. We'll be back in just a moment. Gordon can't fish. Here we go. Sorry for that extended pause there, folks, but we were just trying to get everything sorted out. Got a couple interviews out of the way as well in the background here, but it's time for the ladies' 4th place match. This is going to be Pretty Petty versus Janine and not Zendaya. Almost went with Zendaya. Zenaida?
Don't look at me. I would have just said Pretty Pity and
Janine
Jeannie.
and Z. Here we go. Excited, folks. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. It's been a long one, but my name is Nick DeShare, joined by Gordon Dixon here.
What's good? What's good?
What's up? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, in the downtime, I enjoyed watching TikTok videos of crying Texas Longhorn fans.
Sorry, Texas, but not really.
But we are getting to the business end of both of the brackets here from the morning events. The ladies here, 4th place match in the combo. We had a perfect start from Little B. Can we see a 6-darter? Oh, she went for the 51 in the middle. I don't hate it.
You said it out loud, though, so you cursed her.
No way. Not on me. That's on Little B.
No, that's on you. You believe in superstitions.
Like what?
Well, yesterday when you finally figured out how to log in to watch football and you thought that Texas was about to score, you were about to say you had to turn it off.
No, that's true.
So
that's true. It's very true. How dare you call me out on my hypocrisy?
Sometimes I have stats to back up what I say, and most of the time I don't. Chrissy Davis making her 2nd appearance on the live stream. One of those top female talents that we talk about in the field, so it's no surprise to see her in a 4th place position here. Jeannie and Z, I believe this is their first appearance on the live stream today. And Sanche and Riva sitting in that 3rd place match we saw earlier play Cervantes and Qualls in that seat match.
.46 2 darts. Double top coming in here for Little B. Oh, right next door.
There was a lot of body language there. That was a
Yeah, no, that was a lot. Especially there's not a lot of pressure coming in here. 164. All kinds of freezing opportunities. .162 is a finish in this scenario. I think 150 to leave 12 probably the smart play.
And a freeze format, I absolutely think that your partner's already sitting on 30. Just make their job easier. Their combined 106 score means the 102 cannot go. The job accomplished, although she probably won a little bit more than that. Not going to be mad about it, though. And a good shot there to tee up in case she gets the opportunity. A Little B looking for 3rd.
You made it work.
I got there. Single. Does do it there. First one was right on that line, but a good course correction for a 1-0 jump for Pretty Petty.
Now we're going to play a leg of cricket.
Correct.
Z to get us started. Oh, and she only finds a mark.
Little B here is Tasha Newville, a player I'm not as familiar with. But, I mean, Chrissy, considering she's a savvy vet, having her go first, I trust her judgment on the matter. I mean, she's also someone that last year was having Cheyenne go first on their doubles team. That doubles team, of course, did absolute damage last year here in Houston.
Very expressive player, Little B.
Hey, you know what? I'm a big fan of all the expressions. Gerwin Price, you love him or hate him, you at least watch the whole time. Give me all the expressions. Give her all the 20s as she finds a 9 mark to get things going here.
Wow. Must win leg. The big 9 mark to start.
Missy Davis going to make it for lost ground there. Finds a 5 mark there to do a little bit of recovery. But now Z can just move along. Try and get those 19s and going a little bit wayward there. No harm, no foul with a 122-point difference, though. So just a reminder, folks, we'll be finishing out this women's bracket on the 4th place, then 3rd place, then finals. And on our other stream board here, the 5th, 6th, 4th place, 3rd place, and finals will be going on, and we'll be kind of alternating depending on the positional place of the match at hand. That will be our total coverage. We actually did just hear a call. The mixed trips is just about to get underway here. 102 teams, 306 players in that one. A lot of people. I don't know if I can name 306 people, like in general.
That's awesome. No, that's a great turnout. Great event. Mixed triples, one of the best parts about darts, in my opinion. Mixing it up with the men and the women. Chance for some of the teams that maybe doesn't have a powerhouse guy or a powerhouse woman to get in on the top 16, top 8.
And for those looking to watch the mixed triples, I will say this with a grain of salt, but we do additional no commentary bonus coverage on twitch.tv/arachnid360. That link will be put in chat there for you in just a moment's time. That's where you'll be able to watch all that. We also record those matches and try to put out some of the finals if we can. Maybe even add commentary to them occasionally, like we've done in Florida's past with me and Ashley Ritchie, actually, was the one on the call for that one. We will try our best. We have been having internet issues throughout the day here, so if it does go down, it still will be recorded and hopefully available for a later date. So if you want to watch mixed triples, twitch.tv/arachnid360. Fortunately, you won't hear a sultry voice that says we need to rest them for the big day tomorrow.
Put in the chat, what's your favorite place to eat in the Houston area?
We're hungry. Except you, Robin. You're in Iceland. We know you're going to lie if you say something. Cheers, though.
Oh, will be looking to try to snag that 20. Taking the point lead, 34-point deficit. Big 9 mark to start for Jeannie. Since then, she's come a little off the boil.
Mr. Monopoly Man himself says, "Def not Whataburger." I wholeheartedly agree. Whataburger is dog water. That is terrible, let me tell you. Not a fan. You ever had it?
I feel like I have.
You shouldn't. If you don't remember it, then I don't know, because it is terrible.
Who's behind Whataburger?
Is the owner or like some bigger
Yeah.
supporter? Because I was gonna say the biggest
Is
supporter is Steve Hilger Porky, but
Is it I thought there was a celebrity behind
Mark
it.
Wahlberg is Wahlburgers, not Whataburgers, if that's what you're thinking.
Okay, then I've had Wahlburgers. I haven't had Whataburgers.
Yeah, that different one. That's the Wahlberger brothers. Yeah, different one. Don't worry, you're safe. And back to the match. I do apologize, folks. With the internet issues, it's actually not letting me put comments in our chat right now. With the internet issues we've been facing, this is truly a unique scenario that we've been having here at our hotel. So, yeah, again, twitch.tv/arachnid360. Arachnid like the spider, not the whatever else it could be. Davis gets that 40-point lead.
Yeah, it does not mess around with the 20 this time.
There should be a good opportunity to take a swing at the 20s. I understand not starting there with a tied score, but I really think 3 singles on the 20 does so much there. And you have to remember, Pretty Petty has the one game advantage. That's a team that can gamble when they choose versus J and Z, which have to gamble when they must.
Jeannie takes it away tied. See what Christy elects to do here. Down to the 17s. Nice 5 mark. Seems like every time a treble's needed with that third dart, Christy's coming up with it right now. Still not enough to really stamp any authority on this leg. Little B also proven she's willing to take some whacks. Maybe right here. It's like all 3 staying on that 17. Back-to-back 5 marks for Pretty Petty.
Yeah, I'm putting a 79 difference in this. Jeannie's going to have to try to close that gap down. Needs 4. Finds 6. How many more can she get? She goes for the close and finds an 8 mark there. Great shot from Jeannie.
Hammers another. I was going to say 9er. It would only counted for 8, but job done.
That was a boom without the dynamite.
Yeah, 2 of her 7 turns have been 9 marks.
Not a bad standard to find yourself in.
No. No, not when you still own the 20s, too. She just saves her triples up and uses them all in one turn.
I didn't know you could do that like a coupon system.
Totally what she's doing. Look at this, little B.
Now, these are opportunities where I understand the restraints, but you have to be a little bit more aggressive taking these swings. At the upstairs 20, they're hitting it too well for you to leave it for them, and you're going to just start running against the firepower of the 20s versus the lesser firepower of the 16s and 15s.
Oh. Says all shucks as she goes and collects her darts. So Christy now up 3. Gosh, I really want her to shoot the 20.
She agrees. Quick to bail. At least took that first dart. If she hit a single, you knew she was probably going to end up staying there.
Yeah, she pulled the parachute pretty quickly there. Again, don't completely blame her. Just with the opportunity to win 2-0, Z's shown some struggles. So if you are able to close that 20, can she close another number and point additionally? Out of the 2 of them, that's probably the least likely. Back to the 16s for score for little B.
I do like the energy here from Jeannie as to support her partner. She did a whip with no nay-nay. the background there, keeping the positive energy. There is a certain X factor to any of these teams here when you're looking at them play, saying, can you just keep the spirits up, right? You have to be meshing with your partner well, in the sense that, like, I think I am really good at getting my partner to laugh and smile despite the situation. That's usually my goal, keep them in a positive state of mind. And it seems like they have a good rapport between the two of them there.
Team closed. Here comes Z up 29. We'll see how comfortable she is. Comfortable enough to try to close this out. Big lead going into the Bulls. It's not going to happen, though. So 2:15s will give her a whack at that 20. It's getting down to do or die time.
As the rounds are creeping up to near end.
Love to see a shot up there. It's not going to do it. Floats the last one into the 2.
And just a 1 point advantage. This one's a little bit too close for comfort. Round 20 of 25.
So Jeannie, 2 9 marks in this leg. Way to regroup. Way to regroup. Finds the 60 with the 3rd dart.
Yeah, and it's at the point of the leg where if I'm Jeannie and Z, I'm not really considering looks at the 15 unless I'm up by over 100 plus. I'm going to just take advantage, play the first fact that the round out's only now 4 rounds away, and only take those shots when I absolutely must. Like right now, Z, there's yes, she can go up there and just hit 2 15s and isolate. I also wouldn't mind if she went up there and pounded a bunch of 20s. What had happened was Will B finds the first bull and the second. Stays for the hat trick there.
Yeah, good shot.
There's an argument for that last start to close. Again, just knowing for the fact that your opponents can effectively mathematically eliminate you depending on how they're hitting, or they can just traditionally eliminate you if they hit 3 bulls. Never mind, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Who plays for freeze? Why am I playing for freeze? No one should play for freeze.
Jeannie, good shooting there. Closes it up with 3 bulls, 2 darts. Again, 2 9 marks in the leg. 3rd leg is a must. 501 will be the decider. Stacked. Little B and Christie winning the first 0-1 leg. Dart flies. So, Jeannie and Z will have the start in this decider.
And this should be an interesting last leg here. We'll go ahead and switch the 501 stacked for this last leg. Just so you guys can see, the hall is absolutely packed right now as that Trips is getting underway. All 58 other boards that aren't the 2 streaming boards are currently getting used right now. He's frustrated here. Needs to collect on the bull. Doesn't find it. Well thrown on that last, just going high and catching that dart.
He finds a bull with her last. Maintains the lead. He really needs at least 2 here. Stay within touching distance. There's one of them. Doesn't find the other. So gap widening for the team going first.
I remember it was 2, maybe 3 years ago now at Tournament of Champions where she went on a run in the women's CSI to the top 4, and I was thoroughly impressed with her performance throughout. And ever since then, Chrissy Davis has absolutely been on my radar. And I'll be honest, we haven't seen the Chrissy Davis I know is possible yet on the stream board. But when she is there and collecting, she is absolutely a force of nature. She was last year in the final against Lane Lysak and in her doubles matches with Cheyenne, and she wants to be that right now.
Here comes Jeannie firing in the 150. Further putting a stamp on this leg. Now a hat trick here would leave a finish. Look at these darts. Look at these darts coming out. She leaves the biggin. A 170 is the big fish. Get out of here.
This is a bigger fish. And there will be an opportunity that must be capitalized on, especially after that last bull there.
180. This is the Leviathan. She reeling the Leviathan.
I can't even spell Leviathan. Barely can pronounce it. They didn't swing for it. I don't agree with that. You have to take your opportunities when given. At least one dart. And whether it does go or not, I mean, the confidence. If your first dart goes in, you never know. You could have the Brock Garza effect.
Well, and once you got one dart in there, I mean, it kind of opens the bed. It can kind of suck it in. And, yeah, little B, only 49. So 58. Got to imagine this is going away. 8 bull. Oh, triple 14 if she wants to do it in 1. 20 double 11 if she wants to do it in 2. So Christy Davis coming off of the hat trick can start on the bull. Be bull 57-24, most likely route.
That's fine.
That plays too. That plays too.
That's fine. Oh, what a good attempt.
Bull 2160 would have been dirty. Double 11. One more 11. There it is. There it is. Oh, could have been giant 6 darts there from Christy Davis.
It almost was. It was a well-thrown attempt at that trip 20.
Yeah, not to be, not to be. Pretty Petty goes out in 4th place. And we are moving on to our 3rd place match.
Yeah,
where we'll see Jeannie and Z take on Sanche and Rivas.
Yeah, that's going to be a good match. We saw Sanche and Rivas play in that seat match and showed that they had some serious stuff going on. I'm curious to see what that performance looks like once again here on our stream. So we're going to be back in just a moment's time when that match is ready up on the board, and we'll also get some more coverage of the amateur bracket once they get on over. So don't worry, folks. We'll be back. I'm Nick Cho, joined by Gordon Dixon. Time for the third place ladies match here in our women's doubles bracket in Houston, Texas here. My name's Nick Short, joined by Gordon Dixon on the microphone. This should be a good one, Gary. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that one.
I knew you'd break first. You hate you some silence.
You know it. You know it. I work out my vocal cords more than I've ever worked out in my own life.
Vicky and Nina back on our screen. We're catching up with Z and Jeannie, who we just saw take that fourth place match. Jeannie with the firepower for a lot of that. Couple of 9 marks. Nice setup shot.
She's keeping up that firepower here, it seems. Just missing on that last start there. But both her and her partner starting off with low tons. 2 bowls around gets you that money. Nina leaves the 1-2-6 checkout here, so Z's just going to go up and try to set herself up with a finish.
I don't know if you're trying to make us starve or what, but I haven't seen any suggestions for Houston food yet.
Oh, in the chat? Yeah, chat, can you recommend us where we should get dinner, please? We have like 4 matches left to cover. We got a third place and final here and third place and final on the men's double side. We need to know what to eat, guys.
We may waste away to nothing. I don't know if you've seen both of us, but this needs to happen.
Yeah, that's most people's first thought when they see us is, man, those guys need to eat.
Yeah, that's clearly top of the list. Not, hey, those guys could live for months without eating.
No, they would never. As the low ton follows the low ton of there, Jeannie, you're doing it.
Yeah, Nina, 126.
Neverland recommends food places. Oh, and then put in something. Okay, I thought you were just going to say food places right back at us. Lost and Found, State of Grace, Lucille's.
Okay.
All right. You know what? Doing God's work. Appreciate you.
Eight to do. Now, big shot needed from Vicky if Nina's going to have any chance whatsoever. The freeze is on. So Jeannie, a lot of freedom here on this 79.
Yeah, I'm curious to see her approach on this shot here. I like
57 for 22, 19 for treble 20.
That's the way I like it. That's a happy accident. If you're going to miss down there, it's not the one of the worst ones you could find. And takes it out. Jeannie really showing that she's still the dominant force on this matchup.
Yeah, Jeannie, 33.4.
Nothing to scoff at there. Here we go. Moving on to the next leg here. Nina's going to need to start off on a high note. Make sure things get settled for her team. And that will suffice with the 5 mark to get things going.
Good last there, finding 4. We were talking about Brock and Frank earlier. Jeannie needs to be starting.
Yeah, I would have
For
to
this
agree
team.
with that. Though she's just been the more dominant of the two on the dartboard, and while I do think overall Z has, at least in the O1 leg, was playing higher than she played in the previous match. It's not to the level we've seen from Jeannie yet.
Yeah, you want that amount of firepower at the board as many times as you can. And I know we're not covering the mixed triples, but any players out there, unless it's stipulated, it should go best player, second best player, third best player for your mixed triples team every time.
Well, that being said, the mixed triples here is stipulated that the woman must start. But sometimes it is the best player, especially when you're at the Florida BullShooter.
I was just going to say the top teams are going to have a pretty stout woman playing. So that, in my opinion, gives them even a bigger advantage.
Absolutely.
So that's actually one of the changes that I would make, because it would allow for some of the other teams that are jockeying for position to set their
Set their pace a little bit better.
set their roster up where they might be able to compete.
Yeah, I got asked by Caitlin Myers in Florida to play with her, and she's up and comer. She just hit over a 4.0 average in the TOC circuit at the time, and so she said, "Hey, me and my significant other want to play with you if you want to play trips." And I was like, "I don't know if I'm going to be free to play or not." Well, lo and behold, in Florida, all the events are running ahead of schedule. It turns out I was free to play, and Danny Baggish co-commentated with me. He's like, "I'll play darts with you." Drops me to play with Paula Murphy, Alex Spellman. Or no, sorry, not Alex Spellman. Paula Murphy, Tom Evans, because Tom Evans was an amateur at this point in time. Alex Spellman was not. And then I go up to Caitlin, and I was like gonna ask to play with her again. And I said, "Hey, Chrissy, you're not playing?" She's like, "No, I'm working the event." So Chrissy Krimble comes over with me. I was like, "Yeah, me and Nick Slepik are gonna be playing together in mixed triples." And Caitlin Myers like, "You dumped us for them? Like, yo, we asked you first, blah blah blah." I like to start controversy, and then I didn't play at all. Janine and Z on fast track for a 2-0 here. Right now you see Nina dancing in the background.
So Nina to get something started here. This is going to be a pretty quick 2-0. For Jeannie and Z. That's probably not enough.
As he's going to go right this close here. Gets it done in 2. And grabs the ball. Class shot there. And Jeannie, don't be wrong, has been great for us, but Z said, "I hear what you guys are saying. I'm going to throw a 4.75 in this."
Yeah, I was just thinking the
just
same
the
thing.
reason that I'm going first for a reason, okay? That's what good partners do. When someone's struggling, you pick up your game, right? And that's what Jeannie did. And clearly Z is showing her true colors.
Like, listen here, guy that's watched 2 of my matches.
Yeah, guy.
We know what we're doing. Double ball for the match. Not going to happen.
So Nina, and I just try to contest this as much as possible, needs to find 6 bulls here to try to push this off. It would be a magnificent shot if it goes, but the odds are just against you at this point in time.
Yeah, even if you're accurate enough for 6 bulls, you have to get a little lucky with deflections.
There's a reason why it's pretty rare, whether we're watching Pro Bracket or otherwise. Because also, let's be honest, if you're throwing 6 bulls, something went wrong.
Oh, yeah, no, you don't want to be in a spot where you have to hit 6 bulls. And when you do, it's normally normally not great because something had went awry well before that. But there it is, the match. Jeannie and Z making it to the women's final.
And we will be covering that women's final next. In the meantime, while they get over to the board here, we will go ahead and just throw on this 5th-6 match here for the men's doubles. This is two amigos versus Bros and Bulls, leg number 1 here. So we'll go and watch this. But as soon as those ladies get started, that's when we're going to be getting into the thick of it. So just a heads up there if you're cheering for these fellas on the dartboard. As the ladies have been working so hard to get to that final, they deserve every bit of it. Gina Holiday in chat is saying, so I have a question. How on mixed trips can you only have one pro, but the women pros don't count as quote-unquote pros? So oftentimes you have teams with pro women, pro man, and amateur. I will say one of the biggest conversations since the Touchdown's acquisition is reworking the pro system altogether. Because you're right, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm going to be honest with you. I agree.
Well, and again, that's just one more advantage for the teams that have one of those good females, because it's another huge advantage for them in the events.
Well, and I mean, again, in Florida, we saw Paula Murphy, Danny Baggish, and Tommy Evans playing together, and that was two pros and someone that was a pro and took a break from darts. And then you saw like Liz Tynan play with Mike Maloney over in Rockford. I mean, teams like that where it's just a statistical anomalies to try to beat. I absolutely agree that should get reworked. And I do know that, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be ready for the 40 tour, but I hope it is. That there is at least talks of a rework in progress. Because also, one of the other things I talked about was like A, double A. Which one's technically better? Do I want more or less letters? Are we going golf rules here on the letters? Like, how many do I need? And so reworking the whole system to try to incentivize maximum participation while also making a fair system for all players. What that system looks like, that's where I don't know. I'm not in all those meetings, but I do know at least those meetings are happening, which is more than I could say in the last couple of years.
Well, just to compound the question, I mean, if you start bringing in double A into it, you could have a double A woman and a double A man.
Mm-hmm.
So even the distinction that they make between the pros can get wishy-washy as well.
Yeah, so it's about trying to dial it in and really making a system that's fair for all. So absolutely agree with you, Gina, and great question. You can see so far, Bros and Bulls and two Amigos having a pretty closely contested battle. But I was trying to zoom in on the finger guns picture, by the way. If you're curious what I was doing in the background there, as soon as it popped up, I was about to switch to it and someone threw a dart. They ruin everything.
The darn players.
Yeah, playing darts on their assigned board's terrible. Hate to see it. Bianca, our German transplant viewer, tuning in saying the German system is pretty good at separating it. Let us know. I would love to be enlightened as I'll be honest, I'm not as familiar. I am familiar with the players. I got a chance to commentate over Kai Goddard, a new PDC tour card holder. So got a chance to actually, I think I got a selfie with him. He photobombed me and Nico taking a selfie. Nico, Marco, and all of a sudden you just see Kai in the background.
Kai was a welcome addition to the World Championships.
Absolutely. Barrel snapping and hitting everything. Edgar here looking for just 2 16s. Starts at the 15 here. Getting a little froggy with it. Doesn't get the close, though.
This is game 1. Again, we're following along with the open bracket. Just checking in on this match until the ladies get started. We are in the finals of the women's doubles combo.
Women's? Nope, doesn't sound the same as the ladies. No.
Ladies!
There you go. Is that from something, or is that just what you do?
Yeah, no, Bill Burr's podcast. Every time he would say ladies, he would step away from the mic. Ladies!
I'll let you know, ever since we started commentating matches together last year, I've been doing that on every stream I've been a part of. So you got me doing it.
No, it's addictive.
I do love the little idiosyncrasies that you pick up from the different people you work with in this line of work. For me, I pick up funny things to say. For you and DJ, you just pick up professionalism. You guys are just the best in the business.
Laying it on thick.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to take me out to dinner later. Clearly.
I'm door dashing, bruh.
Yeah, me too.
My window faces outside. That's where I'm going to be.
Is that where it faces? I wasn't sure. Diego says it's actually from Anchorman. Uh-oh. Did you just get fact checked?
That's not where I got it from. If he was doing it on a play on from Anchorman, then I'm stealing it secondhand.
Well, that's a leg on the board there for two amigos, as they are up 1-0 over Bros and Bulls here.
You have, it looks like, all of the ladies to the board, getting everybody registered.
Getting all logged in and set up for what should be a good ladies final. No Lane today. We saw her earlier on in the day, but not making a finals appearance here. She's playing with Mom, Jen Lysak. I believe they got a 7th, 8th finish in this bracket today.
I'll look it up, Diego.
Diego's coming in confident. Diego might know what they're talking about.
It sounds like something that that would stick with a comedian.
Yeah. Yuo coming up here. Curious to see how they dictate the pace. Diego then says facts, in case you were doubting it before. Now it's a fact. I appreciate you guys chatting along and having a good time with us. We're starting to get a little stir crazy towards the end of our coverage. We always talk about it. Again, we don't have the hardest job in the world, and we're very grateful for it. But that late night Friday into early morning Saturday feels rough. But then all of a sudden we get a full 8 hours of sleep, and Sunday commentary sounds like it's at its best.
Back to 100%. Batteries recharged. Full of brisket from the night before.
We're getting barbecue, aren't we?
I'm getting barbecue.
We're a unit. We sync with the ship.
I've been called a unit before. Never been a we are a unit.
When someone looked at you and said, "That's an absolute unit right there." Like, is that how that happened? Like, was that the context?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. A 6 to follow the 7 mark here.
Yeah, starting to warm up between these two teams.
But they're only a triple. You said it earlier. You start off with a triple and then go miss, miss. It feels so much more frustrating to go miss, miss and finding a triple. Taking a look. Yes, he is. Just goes low on the dart. Not a bad execution.
Yeah, I like it. Up a leg, taking some swings.
Maybe a little bit of a split mind on that dart. Gonzalez was dead center on the 3, almost feeling like it was lined up to go for another 20.
Speaking of things that should be illegal, 2 lefties on one team.
That's it. I'm calling the cops.
You got Gibbo Baggins.
Gibbo.
The nerdy ass reference.
Can we say ass?
Hmm? Edgar played aggressive the last time. Oh, and he's not going to get a chance. Good last there.
This has just been a who wants it more affair.
Yeah, after a decent start, a little bit of a lull, and then there it is, a pile and a half on the 20s. Really putting some separation here.
And a pile and a half is 9 marks. No, Jay and I, that's not what I actually wanted to say. I just felt like I wanted to bring that call back for all 3 people that were paying attention to that reference. But no, Jay and I on the last turn felt like he had that split mind when he went down to the 19s. It was dead center. And that time he just said, I'm going to stay up there at the 20s and drill it. And absolutely paid off for him there. At the end of the day, you have to be fully confident in the shot you're shooting and convince yourself that that's what you want to do.
Oh, Edgar still playing aggressive. I like it. Not going to just keep changing or exchanging marks here between the 20s and the 19s. He's up a leg, and he's going to use it. Pile of 19s. Stretches the lead. So now, a little bit of trouble here. Gibbo trying to reel him back. Oh, just on the other side of the wire with the 3rd. Edgar probably going to shoot at those 18s.
UFO in chat saying, I did go back and watch the interview with Jesse. LOL. He was having a good time.
Yeah, unfortunately not able. Well, I guess the amateur's not closed out. Jesse might pop up on us.
Wait a second. Is he one of the remaining teams?
How awesome would that be?
Oh, I got to find out.
Come on, Jesse. Be there, man.
Please. For the fans, Jesse.
One time on the one time. Yeah, for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, yesterday's opener. So if you go to yesterday's posted link, the first, what was it, like 7 minutes, we had Jesse pop in on us when we were getting ready to to record our intro. So we used it.
Well, none of the remaining teams have Jesse on them, so That's unfortunate there. A man of the people. Edgar going for that aggressive play again. Does get the close, and I like that. Nice and easy. 1, 2, 3. Nothing wrong with that shot.
I just noticed he also called it an interview. That yeah. You know what? Maybe interview is the best way to describe that.
Well, because at this point, I was like, go on. What are you talking about? Yeah, we want to know. Started egging them on a little bit. So we wanted to be out there with the people to film our opener, and the people came to us. Double 15 on the last start there. Maloney polluting the amateurs across the darting world, but a good shot nonetheless, averaging a 4.86. And it does look like it's about time for that ladies finals. I accidentally hit the wrong button there, folks. Sorry, everybody. Do apologize as they kind of snuck up and started getting going here, but welcome back, everybody. This is the finals of the ladies.
Ladies.
Here in Houston, Texas for our Saturday coverage. This should be a good one here. I'm looking forward to seeing this one play out on the dartboard. We got Cervantes and Qualls going up against Jeannie and Z. Jeannie and Z, excuse me. One day I'll pronounce the team name right. Today's not today. We'll keep you updated on those guys in the background, of course.
Getting a look at Megan, part of our queen seat holder.
Jeannie looking at the 1-5-6 here. This will be a big one.
Just on the wrong side of the wires there. This one could get interesting. Coming down the stretch, some big shots. Freeze opportunity. Not going to happen, though, so the 19 can go. Take a 1-0 lead in the first set. In the loser's bracket, Z buries it.
Good stuff there. As they're on a mission right now on the comeback rate.
Yeah, Scott brings up a good point too. The known ability clause is very rarely invoked.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it simply has to be reworked. There were some issues that we saw in Chicago that just simply just don't add up. And it's either going to be down to reworking the rule or continuing to educate the staff. Either way, something needs to change there. But, I mean, of course, it's all about redefining terms, right? And Scott Hanish redefined darts on the floor to meaning the player as well when he fell after hitting a 180 floor in this last DPFL event. You see that clip?
I did. Absolutely. who in the darting work has not seen that clip? I didn't know it was him, but I've seen the clip.
That's
for sure.
Scott. That's the Scott Hanish 180 floor extraordinaire. 180 floor for real this time. I was crying. Sean and I were actually, I think, crying.
Google it.
Here we go. Back to the match. Pops the 20, Z does. Moves over to the 18s on the aggressive play. I think I would have probably preferred a little bit more conservatism there, but at the end of the day, 35-point advantage and has a number. Nothing wrong there as Katie's going to have to try to get settled and find a number of her own.
And just as I was talking about Z, losing her starting position, she has been throwing excellent.
You know what they say, behind every great woman thrower is mediocre commentary behind the strategy. Is that the saying?
Do they say that?
Was it behind every great man is a greater woman? Isn't that the saying? Ever heard that?
I don't think they say greater.
That's what I say.
Yeah, no. Of course you do.
What's that? You know, fair enough. Fair enough. Back to the match, please.
All right, some good back and forth here in this cricket match. Our queen seat holders not going down without a fight. Do have the smaller number at this point. Z trying to. The women play more aggressive than the men at this point, with trying to snatch that open number.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that front there. I mean, you can see it just in the base strategy of how they're playing back and forth. It's a sign of the confidence, and I think it's also just one of those things where it feels like every dart they throw is a statement piece. Now Megan here. Going to focus on getting a number, because if not, this is going to be a 2-0 dip, and we'll be on to the next set in double time fashion. Just currently the advantage in J and Z right now. Two Amigos, by the way, did win that match. The Two Amigos and SS Vending currently going to be playing that third place match now.
Gonna get them started on the other streaming board. You can flip over there, or if this continues to go in a double dip fashion, we'll definitely catch the finals.
Exactly. We're going to stay on this final throughout. Start that third place match. If we get it, we get it. If not, we'll get the final.
Have we ever discussed the format of covering darts?
In what regards?
That it could and maybe should be more in a golf style,
And like,
where like, oh, we're gonna jump over to board 5 where Nick is gonna take a shot at 160. We've got a winning shot over on board 3.
I've never actually heard that discussion, but I can see where you're coming from there. If you guys are curious, there's certain inspirations in this current broadcast brought on by golf, and the fact that I was watching the PGA. I don't watch it very often. I put it on if I want to take a nap. But that picture-in-picture graphic you see, kind of a ripoff of the PGA one that they use, where it's the advertisement playing this in the big window, and the small windows usually a live hole coverage with no commentary. That's actually where that graphics comes from. It basically I took saw the design and inspired from, I should say. So I wouldn't be surprised if we take that as the next evolution there. The hard part with that and what they do so well is the fact that they just have cameras at all those different holes, right?
Yeah. No. There's certainly a barrier to that, but I was just, as I'm looking around at some of the wider shots that we've got here behind the scenes, I was just, it would be very cool to be able to look over to board 4 where somebody's sitting on 160 to see how they do, or record it. That way we know if it goes out, you can jump over there. Hey, we're going to go watch Dick's 160 finish over here on board 4.
Well, everyone in chat agrees with they want the red zone going on. So red zone style, only the big finishing moments and the big scoring rounds. Oh, if something like that becomes possible, I would love it. And I think the first step is, I've been asking for this feature high on my wish list, is to have a Dark Connect-esque feature on our G3 boards to be able to log into game screens of your friends that are playing in different tournaments and whatnot. So right now you could log in from board 1 through 60 in this tournament hall and be able to watch the game screen. I think that would be the first step in that evolution. Certainly possible. I think if you were going to do that, I think it would be about getting boards with really nice cameras built into them and doing something along those lines. Down to the wire. Genie and Z.
Bulls on bulls on bulls.
Bulls on parade. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. We're going to get another set of darts here in this ladies final here.
2-0. We've seen this before.
How do you think it shakes up this time, though?
Can't really say.
I'll be honest. That cricket leg was a little bit more promising, but at least on the 0-1 front, Genie and Z were playing to the best of their ability, and they're looking scary right now.
Yeah, with Z coming around, I mean, up until now, Genie's really been kind of the powerhouse on that team, with Z just kind of filling in the holes and doing enough. But Z has found some form here in the final. And if Genie can continue to find big shots, we may just have a double dip. It's going to go all the way.
And we're here for every bit of it. Looks like our non-pro bracket has a little bit of confusion. I thought Two Amigos had finished their match. Now it looks like they might have readjusted it. So we're just going to stay here with our limit. Of course, we were going to anyways with our ladies' finals. And then we're just going to see what's going on with that little guy over there and figure it out, I guess. So here we go, underway here in this ladies' second set of the final.
Yeah, getting blanked. Our queen seat holders going to want to get a leg on the board. They do have the throw here to start. Be a good opportunity to do it.
Katie going to get going on the Bulls here. A little bit wayward on that second dart and doesn't find one on the board. Was Z already getting a low ton to get things going? Genie just needs to try to find something of her own. Then again, there's your opening. Genie, after all the hype up there, does not find the bull. So a bit of let off. Megan's going to try to go ahead and put some pressure on this by getting to the first one at a finish here. Good last start does leave the 1-5-6. It's not an easy finish. It's not a bull first finish. But in fact, it is a finish. That has to be worth something. Serious question here.
Look at her loaded up.
That was a beautiful shot. Do you think Matching jerseys help. Like, do you think that gives you like an inherent buff on the dartboard?
Yeah, no, I do not think it is an inherent buff. I love the game speak. Yeah, no. It's the only time that I was into it is when it was like gimmicky, like where there was like the Only Dad's hat.
Okay.
That's DJ and I would wear those together. I mean, we just got them, but I could see us wearing those to a tournament.
I can see that. I also sometimes see the other extreme with players that go as crazy as to match, like Mike Porterfield matches his shoes to his flights to his jersey. They all match when he throws. I wonder if he thinks about it when it doesn't.
Oh yeah, well, and the other thing, I mean, you can go down a complete rabbit hole. Like people that throw like red, white, and blue flights.
Yep, the
You know,
order.
like they throw the red one first and the blue ones for the finish and blah. Oh no! I don't need any of that in my life.
And that's why all my equipment usually matches, and if not, it's Frankenstein in a way where I don't think about it because I broke too many tips or too many shafts that day.
Yeah, no. If I had like one red tip left and the other two were still black, yeah, no way. I'm just switching to all red then.
Really?
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't need any of that in my life.
No bad juju there. 64 is the look here for Z. Go all 16s, can go 14 bull. You went 14 bull, that's fine. That's also fine. That's not as fine.
Oh. Now the danger here, big shot from Katie. And Jeannie's going to have to mind her P's and Q's. Or that may be the last shot Z gets at a finish.
And Katie needs to reel in something here, and this is not enough right now.
Yeah, but it's not happening. I mean, good last.
Oh, that's our first kick. That hasn't happened yet. Our first kick of the board cam.
I thought she hit the board so hard.
Oh, a double kick?
Who's doing it?
Don't worry.
Super sleuthing.
I'm looking. I see some people near it.
All right, 2 bulls will freeze. There's 1. There's 2. There's the freeze. The 64, no chance now. Maybe bull 10. 48.
Yeah, you're going like double top, trip 14.
Yeah.
Something along those
Trip
lines.
14, probably the safest.
She agreed. 145 can go, though. She needs to focus on trying to unfreeze Megan here.
So Jeannie needs to take this out or get below 35. Oh, 60. 60 coming in. Oh, it's not going to happen.
And that's hard, right? Because if you go for the win, you hit it, that's great. If you hit only single, you can't freeze. It's such a tough decision. I think there she was a little bit of a split mind with that dart kind of being right in the middle.
Oh, and she doesn't hit it.
Raggy. That's the wrong number. Trip 13 now has an opportunity.
Yeah, but the very rare unfreeze for Z. Trip 7.
Yeah, trip 7's tricky in this scenario. You can't risk the bus. You have to drill it, and she does drill it. They're now 1 leg away, 3 legs straight so far in this final.
Yes, could be a double dip, 4 legs straight if they go one more. Megan jumps up to the line. Ready to get this started. Nick, what do you think? Are the guys started yet?
I think I don't know if they had to move to a different port or what's happening there. I'm not exactly sure. Unfortunately, we're at the Liberty, but I also do have goodish bad news in the fact that right now we just got confirmation from our friend Alberto here that's been working the internet with us. We've still been having continued issues, and he said that they might have to do a reset here, and this might be our last match of the day. So that is what we're going to see here. We're going to see how that plays out. So just a heads up, folks, if that does end up happening. We don't want to jinx anything while we do have the current connection up. But if we have to do a reset, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get back in time for that non-pro final. We'll try our best, though. Genie and Z, 2-number advantage to get things going here. It's the matching jerseys. It has to be. What else could it be?
I do like that they're like color coordinated to hypothetically their own favorite color, so they're not exactly the same.
That's fair. We are exactly the same right now. Pretty much, almost.
Yeah. No. We could work for like a landscaping company.
That's what my dad does.
We could with the bright orange shirts too.
Oh, yeah. Get a high-vis vest in there and we're sold.
Yeah. Said I look like I worked at Target yesterday with my red shirt. Maybe this is like Best Buy or something.
Oh, that's fair. I could rock a Geek Squad for sure.
Yes, you could.
Hey.
What? I finally agreed with you today.
We're making progress. It's okay. You're going to listen to Midwest Emo later while eating barbecue, so that's all that matters.
You know what? Deal. I'm in. Can look out the window that's facing to the outside.
Let a tear roll down the cheek.
The double front bottoms or whatever it
The
is.
double front bottoms is crazy. The front bottoms.
The front bottoms.
They haven't made a second one yet. They're still together. Megan has an opportunity here. If I find a first start trip here, I'm going to pop a single 20 and debatably even the 19s.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you need something to kind of spur yourself on right now because right now you're in danger of losing those 4 legs straight.
And that's no fun feeling, especially when you had such a strong performance in the queen seat.
Yeah, you've done the hard work, and it all gets undone right at the finish line. There it is, Z shutting it down. Again, literally after I said, hey, Z doesn't need to be going first, she has led this team. Literally in every leg since then.
But that also, if anything, what that statement says is that while we do have our opinions on the matter, and sometimes our opinions can be even correct at times, it's not always 100% the truth because, frankly, these players and these partners know each other better than we will ever. Unless it's someone that is our own partner or close friend.
Well, yeah, we get a snapshot, and we have to make sometimes broad assumptions from those from that snapshot.
And sometimes we get them right, sometimes we get them wrong. The amount of people that have come up to me and said, hey, you pointed out something with my dart stroke or my strategy that I worked on after. Even Doug Bain said that about you and I.
Oh, yeah. In his match against Porterfield?
Yeah, from New York last year. So for every one of those, there's also people that said, you said this and you were so wrong. So it's a good 50-50.
Here comes Megan. Oh, she does take a whack. Doesn't go in. Oh, Z finds the double. Finds the triple. Shanghai 120.
Beautiful shot there.
Yeah, Katie needs to do some work on this 17. If she finds some trebles, will she take a shot?
I really want to see a single 20. Her partner wants to see a single 20, but she finds a 3 in the bed.
Now we're heating up. Now we're heating up. Pile and a half of 17s. Pressure back on Jeannie.
Bada bing, bada boom goes to 17s.
Oh, and Jeannie's turn. Shake of the head. Not happy. Only 20. So 3 fat darts here from Katie to close up the open wounds. Oh, and it's not going to happen. At least in that fashion. Can she find a treble? Yes, she can, but it's 4 points. So Z lives on the 19s now.
Yeah, needs to find at least a 5 mark to tie up the scoreline here. Make it chalk. That's exactly what it is. The only slight advantage to the team that holds the 19s over the 17s, but this is as even as it gets. This is more of the performance we expected to see from both teams now, really coming into form.
Katie, 4 trebles, 5 trebles in a row. That's where the streak ends, but that's all she needed.
Yeah, those were some dang good trebles. Fine, those are the perfect 5 pretty much. Great play from her, really coming alive. Combined 7.6 to the other team's combined 2.4. Really starting to outgun them here. This may very well go down to a last leg decider that was very much almost a 2-0 win in 4 straight legs. This is now still any girl's game.
Another big shot for Megan. 102-point deficit for Z as she steps up here. It's looking like we're going to see our first leg of 501 in this final. It's going to be for all the marbles.
We want to give you guys a heads up because of those internet issues. Like I said, this will be our last match of today. Fortunately, we wanted to get that amateur bracket finished up with us, but with all these internet issues, it just doesn't seem like it's in the cards. And as far as for that bonus coverage of mixed triples, we will be recording that one offline also for the same reasons with the internet issues. But of course, we'll try to post out some of those matches when we can. So do have a heads up, guys, on that one.
Three bulls and a trip 15 away from that deciding leg here in the final. Megan doing the right thing, just trying to get that shutdown with the lead that she's got. Z needs 9 to pressure.
Finds 3, but doesn't really add any pressure here. Katie, who's been red hot in this leg, gonna try to take advantage. Pop that 15, and then can go right onto the bulls here. A decent amount of separation, 78 points in difference.
Snags another 17.
Doesn't push the bull, but he gets you style points.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it. I'd point my mom. Yeah, double bull, just not enough here. Megan, after a very solid leg, 3 bulls to bring us home. What?
Nowhere near round out. It is a 25 round limit, so you're not. That one does, I guess, push the bull, but there's no real need to push the bull there with 2 numbers and a significant point lead. I don't agree with the shot selection there.
And again, just as I said, the women are very more aggressive, or much more aggressive when it comes to taking the number. They're throwing for 102-point lead. Okay, what's going on now?
Going for the 200-point limit. This is almost a statement of some kind here.
Yeah, this feels personal.
It does. This really does.
I mean, as far as Jeannie and Z are concerned, I never took any offense to quote unquote overpointing. I don't know that actually exists, because if you're throwing at points, you're not winning the game. So it's more trips to the board as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and again, they're nowhere near the round out where I would say that that's strategical consideration here. And this time does go for the 2 bulls grabs. Now, I mean, 5 bulls to close that distance down. If anything, they kind of lost ground doing that.
Yeah, well, and it also gave your opponent additional shots at what you're going to shoot in the final leg.
And additional motivation to try to kick your teeth in on the
Yeah,
dartboard.
yeah.
He just won the bull here. That one definitely slipped away.
Yeah, no, that was not at another point. That was trying to finish it up.
Single 16 does take away the game shot, but single bull wins you the game. Does just grab the single bull. Here we go. The full distance. We already saw one set go towards the way of Genie and Z. So Cervantes and Qualls will have to win it here. They did fight for this leg. They demanded this opportunity, and now they must seize it.
The all-important cork.
Doing a 360 on the way to the diddle.
Yeah, Z spinning around there. Some banter between teammates there. And the right decision was made. That is a good-looking cork.
Hanging at
Certainly beatable. Lots of room to get inside of.
a tough one nonetheless. That was a good response there, but doesn't go.
So our double dippers will have the start in the deciding leg. 501 stacked will be the game. Some aim and juice for Jeannie, sorry.
Aiming fluid. Because they're machines.
Point taken.
And Z, to get things going, does not find a bull. Early opportunity, not taking advantage of the diddle.
Is there a proper term for hitting the vape right before?
Yeah, that's called in the vape. Not all good. Smoking the exhaust? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, just in the vape. Finds a bull.
Back to the match.
Back to the match. There you go. That was good. There you go. Jeannie wants to show us what she was doing earlier before this finals match. What she was doing was, in that 4th and 3rd place, straight up just winning. That was the strategy. If she channels those bulls in the way she was hitting them earlier, she's a threat. Only one bull here means the advantage can be taken away, as Katie's looking to do that right here.
Yeah, body language not good. Katie coming off a couple of nice shots, whether they were completely needed or not. She was accurate on the 17 for score at the tail end of the last leg. So
Well, in the 5 straight
confidence
trips.
is high. Yeah.
So, yeah, and even there, that looked like it was going to be a hat trick and just was 2 bulls based off the deflection. And now the advantage is taken. Again, one of these things where we saw this earlier with the Pro-Am, but to go and win the first set and have advantage in the dip, and then to have it come taken away from underneath you is one of the most infuriating feelings, and they need to make sure to not be thinking about any of those things I just said out loud. You have to just throw through it.
Oh, and that's a really good dart. To get underneath there, find the corner of that bullseye. No finish. Oh, after that first dart, expected Jeannie to fill it up. But again, 85 points clear, plus these.
Katie having trouble finding the bull at the wrong time. She's all over it. Does leave a finish. 139's no gimme. Z needs to collect on the low ton plus right now. 2 bulls and a good fallout is mandatory on this turn.
Oh, big shot. Big shot coming in. Look at this, no reaction from behind.
Ice in the veins.
Bull, trip 13. The only thing I do like about the leave here. So 130 can't do it in 2 darts.
But needs to regroup. 125 is no gimme either. That's still a bull and a triple required in that outshot. Great recollect there from Megan. You got to give credit where credit's due.
So 125 for the title. Shots on.
The 15s. Went for the 19s instead.
Chucks it. 62 if they come back. First, they're going to have to fade 30 from Katie. Double 15. Is it trip 10? Is it 15-15? Is it 10-10-10?
Who knows?
Is it 10-20?
Ooh. Got to recompose, though. You have to shoot this. This is the hardest dart to throw, the winning one. In the finals. And she gets it there. And you can see what it means to him. Big win there. And the absolute frustration on the other side of the ball. But you can see them giving some love to each other, giving some hugs. But that was a huge, huge collect there. Absolutely incredible stuff to wrap up our coverage here today for the Saturday events here in Houston, Texas. Gordon, we had a good show, didn't we?
Yeah, no, it was great. Unfortunate we can't close out the amateur bracket, but the 2 almost double dips here today on the brackets that we were able to follow, and look for some better internet, and hopefully we'll take this downtime to fix those internet issues.
Yeah, again, appreciate each and every one of you guys. We will be live tomorrow, 9:30 Central a.m., where you guys will see us on the darting airwaves. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Gordon Dixon. Have a good night, everybody.